I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was scarred with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcasted like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be, what's good? Welcome to the Knicks Morning Drive. I'm your man's Uncle Freezy. Blue tears, orange tears, orange tears. Let's go. Let's go. All right. All right. How about throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. And if you got some loot and a sticky juicy fruit, somebody say, oh yeah. Let's go. Let's go. And nobody say, oh yeah, in the chat. They must be looking forward to the weekend. They must be looking forward to the weekend, man. Somebody say, oh yeah. Nobody in the chat say, oh yeah. Okay, I see you. I see you. I see you. Maybe we got to do another thing. Maybe I got to get another way to do something else to get you hyped up. Maybe I'm doing a bad job of getting you hyped for the Knicks Morning Drive. Let's go. Good mornings. Good mornings. Right? Mark Swift, what's good? I see you. Jermaine Roysters in the building, what's good? Quiet Money, what's good? Chuck Allen is in the building. Knicks for life was good. I see you. D is balling. D is balling. L Marshall, what's good? What's good? I see you. Yo, so we have the Boston Celtics on the schedule. And you know what happens when we have the Celtics on the schedule. It's a rivalry unlike any other between two franchises in the NBA, at least from a Knicks perspective. From a Knicks perspective, there is no other Death Star type scenario in the NBA. The Boston Celtics. I can start criticizing them by saying they have a mythical creature as their logo, but I don't want to do that because the Knickerbockers are named after pants. Yeah. Stafford Don is in the building. What's good? What's good? So Mr. Vince, so Mr. Vince says, yo, Uncle Freezy, let's get hyped. Yeah, even Evan comes to life. Somebody say, oh yeah. Evan Fournier is like, oh yeah, oh yeah. Brother Shaquille Sunflowers in the building. Bro, where you been? What's good? Ron from Still Knicks Fans is in the building. Dope channel. Make sure y'all check out Still Knicks Fans, man. Go to the channel and like all the videos and subscribe to the channel and turn the notifications to all and help these young fellas, and I'm saying young in terms of a channel, help these fellas grow their channel. They put out dope content. They put a lot of time in production and research, and they try to put out quality content. One day, Still Knicks Fans is going to be at the big boy table, and you want to get in on the ground floor. You want to get in on the ground floor for that. So shout out to Ron and John and the third person who I always forget their name. Third person, hey man, there's no disrespect, third person. I just keep forgetting your name. Hey, and so like what Ron says, man, they about to reach a milestone. They're about to hit 300 subscribers, man. We want to make sure by the time February is over that they're at 500 subscribers at least, right? We want to at least make sure they're at 500 subscribers. You know what I'm saying? Got to make sure we do that, man. They put out quality content, but I do that, and then I've got to forget to tell you, if you like stuff like this, make sure you subscribe to this channel also. Subscribe. Our goal for the summer is 3,000 subscribers. That's what we want to get to. So if you watch this, man, I said mash the subscribe button. It's not Uncle Freezy. It's not 1977. People don't talk like that anymore. Mash the button. It's not 1977. People don't speak like that no more. But anyway, our goal is to get to 3,000 subscribers, man. Make sure y'all help us get to that point, because it won't be just an achievement for me. It's an achievement for our Lawrence Tears family. That's our goal for the summer. 3,000 subscribers. Smash the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Turn the notification bell on. Spread the word. Something this dope should not be a secret. Something this dope should not be a secret, right? All right, so we play the Celtics, right? Home and home. What we should do is look at matchups and all that stuff, but I ain't going to get into that by myself. I'm going to throw the link in the chat. And then, hey, Chuck Allen, make sure you jump on, bro. Yo, y'all have no idea how talented. Yo, Chuck Allen be sending me beats, bro. I'm like, what the? Why is he Chuck Allen? Why is he not Chuck Allen? You know what I'm saying? Chuck Allen sent me beats. He just Chuck Allen. I'm like, yo, Chuck, you got these beats and you just Chuck. You should be Chuck Allen, like somebody. Not that you not somebody, you know what I'm saying? But you know what I mean. Like, people should recognize you when you walk in the store. Yo, there's Chuck Allen. I did that totally wrong, man. I'm all over the place this morning. Let me smash the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Turn the notification bell on. And watch the Strategizing intro.
What time is it?
I would like to introduce.
We need a beat.
Yo, what's good, everybody? It's Strategizing, the host.
My name is Strategizing, and I'm here to say, Blanche family, people's here to stay.
What? What's good, boss?
Man, I can't complain, man. God is good, man. My eyes is open. I'm walking. I'm talking. I'm here with the chat. I'm here with you, Freezy, Blowing Tears for life. It's good.
and good and reasonable portion of health and strength in his right
Yes.
mind.
Yes.
There he
Yes.
is. There he
Yes.
is.
All the time. All the time. All the
Yeah,
time.
man. So
Big game
for
tonight,
those
man.
yeah, big game for sure. And for those that don't know who Staffadan is, he is the co-host of the Hit Lawrence Sears show, NBA 101, coming at you Sunday afternoons at 4:00, unless there is a conflict with the Knicks game schedule.
Right. And shout out to Soul Finger, the other co-host.
Soul Finger.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We shall have an interesting show this Sunday. There's been a lot of things going on. But tune in Sunday, 4 p.m.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, we got the Celtics
Back to back. Yep. This one is on TNT, and I think tomorrow it's on NBA TV.
Word. Me and the Celtics, we don't have a good relationship.
Is that emotional or is that personal?
Yep.
Or both?
Yep. you notice I got right to it, right?
Right.
Yep. Bro, it's crazy.
So what? Barrett gonna score 40 points tonight? Or Randall gonna hold him back from scoring 40? Which one is it?
Well, if you let Knicks fans tell it, some Knicks fans, oh God dog it, I forgot to do D's Ballin's thing. Let me bring him in real quick. D, what's good? I'm working on it right now, bro. Let me disappear. Hold on.
No problem. What's good with y'all? What's up, Staff?
What's up, D? Everything blessed?
I got another day to breathe, enjoy life. I got my arms and legs. I'm grateful and thankful, brother.
I hear that.
Oh yeah. What's up with you?
Man, I'm here on the job, man. Another 12 hours in, man.
I see that, man. Super grind.
I got to, bro. When you got a little baby kid, you gotta make sure they all right.
I know. I got mine too. I know the struggle, brother.
So big game tonight, man.
Absolutely. For many reasons. What's your take on it?
We got to see the dynamic duel again, Randall and RJ.
Mm-hmm.
We got to see that again. We got to see that chemistry. We got to see the finesse in their game. We got to see the communication in their game. They got to set the tone. You know what I mean? If y'all wanted the ball to be in RJ hand, make him set the tone. I don't care. As long as we keep the offense moving, it's fluid. You know what I'm saying? Everybody get their touches and we win. That's all that really matters to me. I don't really care who gets 40, who gets 30. I just want to see some chemistry for what you be saying, some synergy. You know what I'm saying? And let's just get this win, man, back to back.
That would be beautiful. That would be a good weekend, right?
Right. What's your assessment?
I want to see the same things. I want it to be validated that it's not a fluke,
right,
on what happened, and that there's a real thing that's materializing between the chemistry and the relationship of our two best players.
Right.
You could make the argument that maybe Derrick Rose is our second best player on some nights, and that's a respectable argument.
True.
But I think at the end of the day, I think, these are the two guys we look for to carry out our point production and the flow of the game. Would you agree?
I agree. But let me ask you this. Who would you like to be our third scoring punch? Because we need that third person. So
it's tough right now.
Factor tonight.
It's tough because it's been so darn inconsistent, right, Stafford?
Right.
And so it's very hard to rely and say who I think our third is, I guess with Derrick Rose is there, I guess he will be suitable and formidable for that option, right?
Right, right, right.
But him not there, as you saw, Kemba could go off for 44. Kemba will give you 9.
I mean, do we have Kemba tonight? I don't even know.
No, but I was just whether we had him or not, I was just going down the list. Like,
Okay.
Fournier can one night out of a blue moon
Right.
give you 20,
Right.
and then he'll score 5, 7, or sometimes 0. As
Right.
we saw. Alec Burke will explode for 35, and
Yeah.
then I will see him for the rest of the week.
True.
So it's hard to assess, right?
Also, you got put in quickly in that category too. He's off and on.
Well, I think he was more off and on last year. He's been his last year's production to this year's doesn't look the same in my eyes.
His production, but would you say his defense has turned up?
Of course, that's definitely gotten better,
Okay.
and that might have earned him a couple more minutes because he does a decent job. I didn't say a great job. He does a decent job of being able to stay in front of the ball better this year than last year. He gets around the screens a little bit better this year than he did last year. So
I'm gonna go out on the limb today. I'm gonna say Fournier have a good game tonight, but because for some reason, right, he gave us 32 in the first game. He gave us 29 in the second game, right?
Yeah.
He gave us his donut 2 days ago.
Yeah.
So let's see if he turn up.
So you're trying to say like he might be due for a game.
Right. Right. So I'm gonna go on a limb and say Fournier have a good game tonight, man. But I'm gonna keep Burks in my back pocket because sometimes he comes up with big shots most of the time. So
here's my concern.
Go
ahead. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I was done.
That my concern tonight is that Boston has great wing defenders, and they do a great job. And if you saw him play against Milwaukee last week, they did a great job for about 3.5 quarters of that game of taking the Bucks out of their sets on the perimeter. And they had to rely on Giannis just bulldozing everybody and using his strength and aggression.
Right.
So that's why I think it's a great test to see if the RJ Randall thing is real. Because you don't have tonight Dwayne Washington Jr. guarding you. You got Jaylen Brown.
I saw Tatum play last night too.
You don't have tonight Sykes guarding you tonight.
Right.
You have Marcus Smart.
Right.
So I'm interested. I'm intrigued. I can't wait for tonight to see how this unfolds and to see what type of adjustments we're going to make. And as I always look at Tom Thibodeau, in my eyes, he's one of the worst in-game adjusters in the league.
So let me ask you this: what kind of adjustments are you looking for tonight?
Well, you have to take away the strengths of what opposing teams do defensively.
Okay.
So we know, right, that the Boston Celtics are slim in the front court. Well, Robert Williams is actually very good. So let me scratch that.
So it's going to be Mitch on either Mitch or Todd. Well, most likely it's going to be Mitch.
Mitch and Williams will be a great battle tonight, by the way.
Okay.
They have to get into their sets a little bit quicker. You can't pound the basketball against great perimeter defensive teams. And you can't take forever to make passes. The ball has to whip, or you have to get into your actions early, and your moves have to be decisive and quick. So I'm looking to see if they'll initiate their offense a little bit quicker, play a little bit with a quicker pace. I don't want to see Randall operating from 25 feet out, 20 feet out to break down a defense. Their wing defenders are too good for that. And especially they have physicality and they can match up with them with their size and stature. So I
Right.
would like to see Randall a little bit more in the mid post tonight.
Okay.
Create some double teams, try to get some open shots on the corner, try to get some
Right.
easy bucks, stuff of that nature.
So who's more likely gonna be guarding him? Jaylen Brown, right?
I can't hear you.
Who's gonna be guarding him? Jaylen Brown tonight?
That
Can you hear me?
noise. Yeah, I hear you. It's just that noise is killing me.
My bad. You know,
I know. It's out of your control. I understand. I hear you. Well,
Yeah. So go ahead. Go ahead.
I heard your question though. Who's guarding Jaylen Brown tonight? Well, it depends on the lineup, which is given. I would have to think. Who's the Boston Five starting five? It's Marcus Smart, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, Robert Williams III. And who plays the four for them? Is it Grant Williams?
I think if he's not off a protocol, it could be him. I think because I think the first game, that's who was guarding Randall. Randall toast him in the post. So if you could get him, it's either him or it could be Brown again if he don't play, and probably Langsford probably coming in the starting lineup. I'm not sure.
Who?
If the Langsford.
No, that's not his name. You're talking about Romeo
What's his name?
Langford. Romeo Langford.
Right. Langsford,
Oh,
right.
they said right.
Oh, Horford. Horford might
Is
start.
that Horford back?
Yeah, they got Horford back.
Okay. Wow. Okay, so I mean, Tibbs might be forced to go back to his starting lineup as he had last game because he's going to have to match size. He's going to have to put Burke or RJ, and those two are going to have to play Tatum or Jaylen Brown.
Well, I think most likely RJ is going to be on Tatum. I think that's the matchup all the time when we play them.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Randall might be just guarding Jaylen Brown tonight. I think that was the other matchup too. So
you think Randall's going to guard Jaylen Brown?
Yeah, he did it in the last game. In the last game, I mean, Jaylen went off. I think he had like what, close to 40 or something like that in the last game. I'm not sure, but I think they won that game. But it was a close game. But I think we could pull out this game tonight, man.
I don't want Julius Randle killing himself having to guard Jaylen Brown.
I mean, who else is going to guard him?
I got Alec Burke. I got RJ Barrett.
You don't think he's too small either?
What else do I got, Stafford? I could get Grimes on some minutes on him. I like how Grimes guards bigger forwards, personally. I wouldn't mind seeing some spot minutes from Deuce, getting some defensive assignments just to see how he does. He's got a 6'8" wingspan. He's a best on-ball defender. He has to be utilized. I don't care if he can set an offense. And plus, I can make the argument that Tibbs doesn't really have a philosophy on offense. So how are you going to get mad at somebody for not initiating the offense in an offense that you haven't fully constructed and structured?
Right.
Doesn't make sense to me. So I got to see him.
Okay.
I want Randall to pound and grind tonight. I don't want him worrying about having to take Tatum and if the boss is smart, they'll create good switches in order for that to happen.
So all right, so let me ask you this: do you think we should start Deuce, Fournier, RJ, Randall, Mitch, right? But
look, if you,
but hear me out though.
No, of course.
Even though if we have McBride bring up the ball, right? Do you think when we get over the half court, he should switch to RJ, and RJ should initiate the offense and start everything going from there, making the quick decisions like how he was doing the last time, but still have McBride play off ball. What do you think?
That could work. I mean, Steph, if it was up to me, I would be starting with Deuce, Grimes, RJ, Julius, Mitch. If it was up to me. But that's not going to happen. We know that. So most likely it's going to be Burks, Evan, RJ, Julius. And he better go with Mitch tonight. I look, we appreciate Taj. We love what he's done. We love his services. And we love what he does for the team as far as communicating, making guys understand.
I agree with you because
I don't want to see him starting.
Energy. Yeah, because it's going to be like an energy, marching energy. Because Taj is a little too slow, man. You know what I mean?
He's very too slow.
Right, and Robert Williams will probably, outrun him probably the first 5 minutes of the game, just running him up and down. So we need Mitch out there. We need Mitch to come with a big game tonight. We need him to pull down every single offensive and defensive rebounds, get into his block game, protect the paint. You know what I mean? Set some hard screens. That's one thing he doesn't do properly, but I need him to set some good screens, man. You know, right. and look for him too. Look for him on the lob. You know what I mean? Try and get him involved too. You know what I mean? Because matter of fact, we just need everybody involved, bro. You know what I mean? Everybody get their touches. Everybody have their moments. And let's pull out this win, man.
Well, the ball's got to move in order for that to happen, right? So,
right.
Here's another thing. No disrespect to Taj. I'm going to say it again, just because, you know, hey, I appreciate your services. I appreciate what you do for the team, the mentorship, and the whole nine. But I need Sims coming off that bench instead of Taj. Sorry. I need to see the young man have reps, use his big body. He runs very well for his size. His weak side protection is off the chain. And it's not being utilized. It's got to, tonight's a night for it to be utilized.
Is Nerlens?
They say he's cleared. I'm not sure. I think it was a day-to-day. I'm not sure. I'm not very good with that. But I have to see things like that.
I mean, well, if Noel playing, man, we need some stickum on his hands.
Damn right. He's got the slippiest hands in the league, Staffer.
Hey, Freezy, let Danny Landis in the building. He's itching to come up in here.
Noel could have hold $1 million in a briefcase if they allowed him to.
Right. Shout out the chat. Shout out to Donald Cannon, Delano Steele Jr., Chuck Allen, Fabian Williams, the Black Prophet, Kevin Middleton, White Falcon 44, Real King, Karen Fung, good morning, happy to be here. Rick B, Robert Barr, and everybody else, man. Bless you. See y'all this morning. Thanks for coming through. If you may.
What are you doing there, Freezy? Building a doomsday device?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm using scrap parts from the other one. Hey, Stafford, what's good, man?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you now. I can hear you now, man. Did you get into Celtic stuff? Because I couldn't hear. I was listening to it.
Oh yeah, we just talked about it for the past 10 minutes.
Okay. If I may add something, let me add this first. Danny Landis.
Ooh. Morning, Freezy. Morning, Stafford.
It was good.
Mr. D is bowling. Good morning.
Mr. Danny Landis.
What's good?
What's up, fellas?
So in order to describe what I feel like tonight's matchup against the Boston Celtics. If I'm allowed to quote the great American poet Prodigy said, "There's a war going on outside no man is safe from. You can run, but you can't hide forever from these streets that we done took. You walk around with your head down, scared to look. You shook because there's no such things as halfway crooks." Right?
Oh.
So, in my opinion, this very underrated Knicks team, this very overlooked Knicks team is back on track. And their superstar, Super Randall, has something to prove. And Boston is up next. And I know what people are going to say, like, "Oh no, Super Randall, the odds are stacked against us. They have Jason Tatum, they have Jaylen Brown, they have all these different things." Right? And so what I would tell the bad guys in this scenario is be careful about overlooking Super Randall and RJ Barrett. Because clearly our guy is back. So tonight is going to be the first step in a march towards the Knicks regaining the respectability that they not only feel like they deserve, which is one thing, they feel like they deserve respect. But the more intriguing thing about that is the respect that they want. Because if they didn't want respect, it wouldn't matter. All this stuff going, respectability, blah, 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 all that stuff. I think this Knicks team wants to be primetime. I think this Knicks team wants to make noise in the Eastern Conference. I think this team wants to be recognized as a roster that's just as talented as other teams in the East. And you're going to see it play out tonight against the Boston Celtics. Boston Celtics, there's a war going on outside no man is safe from. You can run, but you can't hide forever from these streets that we done took. You walk around with your head down, scared to look. You shook because ain't no such things as halfway crooks.
Oh, yeah.
All right, come get some, Boston.
So you want to be Prodigy, or you want to rest in peace, Prodigy? You want to be Prodigy's spirit, or you want to be Havoc? Who you want to be?
Hey man, listen. I think Prodigy, Havoc is a gem in hip hop.
Top 10 producer in my head.
Yep. But Prodigy's ink pen should be in the Smithsonian.
Damn, that's shit. He'll love that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So hey, shout out to Hardwell. Hardwell, I see you in the chat. What's good, baby boy? CWC, what's good? Anthony D is so smooth. Anthony D is so smooth, he don't even need a chaser. Anthony D got chasers expiring over here on the shelf. That's how smooth he is. Anthony D, you should be ashamed of yourself by letting chasers go bad because you're so smooth, you don't need none. Knicks Live, what's good? Knicks Live, check this out, Knicks Live. Knicks Live is going to be like, has Uncle Freezy been on the sauces? Nah, man. I'm just this excited about this Knicks team, bro. I think we turned the corner. I think all the, you know how, Danny, you know how when you get the puzzle, you get a 1,000-piece puzzle, and then you pull all the puzzle pieces out of the box, and you're scrambling, trying to get your corners together to set the outline of the puzzle and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So you can get the puzzle right. And then you finally get all the corners together. And then now all you got to do is work the middle. I think that's where we at. I think that's where we at right now.
So Freezy, you got enough body of evidence? I mean, let me rephrase myself. Do you think that you've seen enough body of evidence for you to go this direction and feel like it's turned around? And so this is what you're saying. We're going to sweep Boston tonight and this weekend, right?
Yep.
That's what you're saying, right?
Yep.
And you're saying that possibly because of the schedule coming up in the next week or so, we could have a perfect week, right?
So perfect in my mind is going to be different than an unblemished win-loss record. And let me explain. Let me explain that because it's going to sound crazy. So perfect in my mind is every game that we play, we are competitive, and you see the very best of R.J. Barrett and Julius Randle, right? That's perfect to me. If we win all the games, that'll be ideal, utopian, right? Right? That'll be utopian. That's nirvana, whatever word you want to use, right? Bliss, whatever you want to. But in my mind, if R.J. Barrett and Julius Randle play together like we saw them play against Indianapolis for the rest of the season, I have no what's the word I'm looking for? I believe this team is not only a second round team, but if we catch lightning in the bottle, we might be able to go to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Ooh, whoa.
Wow. That's big right there, Freezy.
Did you just say that?
Wait. Hold on.
Not with some of these Knicks fans, how they think, Freezy. Listen.
Are you co-signing this, Stafford?
I don't even know what to say. Listen, I would love that, but I don't see it, Freezy. I don't see it. I see probably a 7-game series in the first round and maybe get into the second round, but Eastern Conference Finals? That's big right there.
Hey, well, you know what else? You don't see it, right? But guess what else? When babies are born, they born with their eyes closed. Did you ever notice that?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a whole new world out there that you enter into, but you enter into it with your eyes closed.
No, but
somebody
Freezy,
has to come to you and say, "Hey, get out of this trance you in." Baby, doctor hit you you like, "Oh!" And you're in a whole new world, bro.
Well,
That's
Freezy,
what I'm
this
trying
is
to get Knicks fans to right now.
But this is the number one factor too. And then a lot of Knicks fans feel this way. Julius Randle is not that guy.
Well, I'm gonna speak to that, but first let me. AD, sir.
Jay Boogie wants me to spit, so I'm gonna start off by saying Freezy makes me sick.
Bars.
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 I hope you got that, Boogie. Bars. Now,
good morning, AD. What's good?
Good morning. Good morning, panel, family, deep ball and staff. Danny Landis, the whole situation. Let me ask you something, Freezy. What's in your orange juice this morning? Creatine?
So first of all, AD asked that, right? He's like, "What's in your orange?" Knowing good and well that he should get a ticket for wasting Chaser. AD is so smooth that Chaser is on the shelf over here going bad because he requires none.
You know, that's not going to do it for you this morning, Freezy. That's really just not going to do it for you. That's not going to cut it for you.
But let me get to this though. The problem with the Knicks, the problems the Knicks have been having this year is not a lack of talent and not a lack of trying. You know what I'm saying? It's not like we're overwhelmed most nights, right? What we couldn't find is an orchestrator, chemistry. We didn't have somebody to bring all these good pieces together. Because if you ever been to an opera or a concert before the opera start, before the conductor is announced, and everybody tuning their instruments and getting warmed up, it sounds like the Elephant Circus. Bro, it sounds crazy. But the conductor come out, right? And let people know when to play, when to come on strong, when to slow down, get off the gas. And it's a beautiful thing to listen to, right? In the Knicks case, we had the requisite talent. Man, listen, for the last 5 shows, people argued me to death about how good Obi Toppin can be if given the opportunity, right? If given the opportunity. They're like, man, Uncle Freezy, you crazy, man, Obi. And I'm not getting on the Obi thing again.
Oh, please don't.
Nah, I won't touch the Obi thing until after the All-Star break, right? That's what I told myself. After the All-Star break and Obi Toppin is still in the same place,
get him.
The henchman is coming, right?
Why'd I have to come in on the Obi part, Freezy?
No, but no, there's no Obi part. What I'm getting at is this: the Knicks have the requisite talent to be successful. The thing about it is the orchestration of it has been terrible because there has been no lack of trying. These dudes legit go out here and play hard for the most part. For the most part, these dudes go out here and play hard, man. So much so that dudes are getting hurt, playing through negative injuries, coming back, being in safety protocol, health and safety protocol for 4 days, coming back with no conditioning and putting up 30 and 16. That's
Freezy. You want to finish? You know what? I'm gonna let you finish.
Yeah, I think he's on the roll. I think.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. The best is yet to come. You ain't even seen the best of us yet. All you've seen is us getting by. You hadn't really seen what Miles McBride can bring yet. You know why? Because he knew he was in orientation. Anybody who ever started a new job, they know you go through on-the-job training first, some orientation, fill out your paperwork with HR and all that stuff, man. Make sure you're straight. And then by the time you get your on-job training, you get in your groove. You do the old job the new way, your way, right? Same thing with Grimes, right? He trying to fill in for a dude that was beloved by the starter team. Grimes is trying to fill in for Reggie Bullock, who Julius Randle loved. Now Julius Randle like, man, Bullock ain't here, and you giving me a rookie. So now you got to develop. Now he got to ingratiate himself to the star of the team. Meanwhile, he plays the same position as the number 3 pick in the draft from 3 years ago. So there are a lot of things that go on, man. What we got to do is, for one, as Knicks fans, be positive. 2, stay patient. 3, recognize things that are happening in real time and don't skip the steps of the process. We have 3 rookies on the team right now playing, right? We got 2 second-year players and 2 third-year players, right? Now, and when you add them up, you're like, oh, they ain't really that much, blah, blah, blah. Nah. You know what I'm saying? And a 4th-year player in Mitchell Robinson. Nah. Look at things for what they are. RJ Barrett, even though with all that said, RJ Barrett is the youngest player on the team. Right? RJ Barrett just turned 21 a little while ago. Right before the coincidence is RJ Barrett turned 21 right before his shooting slump. Right? So I'm not gonna say he enjoyed adulthood when he turned 21. What I will say is he's young. Right? Then you got veterans that are notoriously injury prone getting injured. What's going to happen when the injury prone veterans get back, right? And everybody develops chemistry, right? What's going to happen when this monster of a schedule that we had all of a sudden starts to even out, where it's not even about being they're healthy, we're not, we're healthy, they're not, when it's back to basketball. I believe Tom Thibodeau will outcoach every night now, not just once in a while, every night. Tom Thibodeau will outcoach 90% of the coaches in this league every night. if you don't have an elite coach, you're going to get outcoached by Tibbs, right? If you're the Houston Rockets, you're going to get outcoached by Tibbs. So you have an elite coach, team getting healthy, rookies finding their way, superstars, potential. Well, you know, Super Randall is a superstar, right? But RJ Barrett stepping into stardom is another thing. So you got them developing chemistry, and when they catch fire, the league is going to have to watch out.
Freezy.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
We don't know.
You see that word you just throwing around?
Keep it going, Freezy. Keep it going.
People ain't want people. I'm telling you, Freezy, that superstar word you calling Randall, man.
You can't do that. You gotta use it wisely.
Yeah, boy, I'm telling you. You know how these New York people is. You got to do it twice and 3 times and 4 times and 6 times, and then the first 3 things I agree with. You said, patience. What was it? Patience. What was the other 2, Freezy?
I don't know. You lost me.
No. You said 3 things Knicks fans need to do.
Don't ask Freezy to repeat himself.
Yeah,
don't ask Freezy to repeat himself. Don't ask him to go back on that Newt Rockney. We're gonna get him. We're gonna fight. We're gonna fight. You know,
because AD, one thing that New York fans don't have is patience.
You gotta let your superstars develop too, bro.
That they don't have.
You gotta let your rookies. You gotta let your rookies get used to being in the NBA, right? And you gotta.
And this is another thing you said. Being positive. Positive? How could you be positive when we just won a game 2 days ago, but we picking about small things? How could we be positive and we talking about we let RJ out of the game for 7 minutes and we didn't let him score 40 points? How can we be positive, bro, when we throwing all this negativity and we just won a game? You see, all those things that you're saying, Freezy, I have no problem with. I could deal with them. But you got certain Knicks fans, bro, they not with that. Patience, positivity. I don't know what, bro.
I'm gonna give you a chill pill, bro. Here, take this chill pill, bro, and relax. RELAX. You know,
I'm trying.
Talking about
some of the ridiculous things that I hear.
You sound like the mayor of New York City telling the city that no, it's fine that Amara Khan is sweeping and grabbing people in the hospital.
That dude is an idiot.
We still gotta keep businesses open because unskilled workers.
We don't sound like that, man. We don't want to.
You know, but that is what you're giving me. You're giving me this pride
to get us unmonetized. Every time I give AD the floor, he like, yo, what did YouTube say about stuff? I'm gonna say exactly that.
No, because you see, you're giving me this. You woke up this morning feeling all this positivity and all this love, and here we go. You sounded like 2 weeks ago when Kemba had 3 good games, and then he had 3 horrible games, and then we didn't hear from him again because he needed rest and he needed protocol. That's what you sound like right this morning.
So first of all, I didn't wake up. I have been awake since 6 p.m. yesterday.
Freezy never sleeps.
That explains it. That explains some of this.
Yeah, and secondly, AD, some things, so I'm gonna just pick on AD, right? So AD has blinders on, right? But AD has blinders on, right? And it's not because he don't know he have blinders on. It's when you see so much stuff, you need a respite from all the confusion going on. So he got blinders on, right? He not because he's scared of what's going on. He just tired of all the same thing going on year after year. He just need a respite from the dangers of the world and Knicks universe. But I'm here to tell AD that you should look at things for what they are, right? The fact that Randall and RJ Barrett scored 30 points together in the grand scheme of things is not that impressive, because it's gonna, when eventually two dudes on your team are gonna get hot and score a bunch of points. It happens, right? But what we should be aware of is the fact that these two dudes that had trouble sharing the spotlight at the same time actually did it in the same game. These two dudes, right? And if these two dudes can go back and forth, the 1-2 punch, the 1-2 punch, the 1-2 punch. Now you're looking at a situation where when teams trap Kemba up, just for an example, when Kemba got hot, the reason why Kemba didn't score a lot of points is not because Kemba cooled down, is because defenses chose to take the ball out of Kemba Walker's hands after he won Player of the Week. They trapped him up top to get the ball out of his hands and into Fournier's hands, and the offense looked like a pile of jacks, right? So, but the thing about it is now you got Randall, who was double teamed last year, last year, the third most amount of times in the NBA. Now he has somebody that can step up to the plate and score in his absence while he's present. But, when he's taken away from the defense, another guy can score. Now defenses have to focus on 5 guys instead of 1. And if that's the model going forward, if we indeed have figured that out, or even not even figured it out completely, if we just figured out the majority of it, we have 45 games in order to get this thing pitch perfect. And once we get it pitch perfect, who knows what can happen in the playoffs?
Freezy.
Oh boy!
Allow me to be your psychiatrist.
Sure.
Cool.
Dr. D.
Yeah, right. Dr. D. Right.
Dr. D.
We've had a couple of sessions, right? I've got to hear what's on your mind. I've got to see the trials and tribulations of your life, and this is my clinical assessment. You are bipolar.
Okay.
Oh Lord.
And I got some pills for you.
Okay.
Okay, and you get them blue, green, whatever you want. Okay. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. You had just finished telling us that you were down for the movement of the kids, and that you wanted to see more developing, and that, you know what? The front office has bombed the season, and he has a guy who wants, and all this. And now all of a sudden, you see one good game, and it was a decent game. Okay, it wasn't great; it was decent.
Definitely
against the Indiana Pacers, that were missing 3 key starters, missing over 55 points a game from their starting lineup. We scored 4 points in the last 5-6 minutes of that game, and all of a sudden, you're ready to jump on a rocket shuttle with Buzz Lightyear and say that we're going to the Eastern Conference Finals if X, Y, and Z fits together?
Yeah.
So for one, I said pick a direction and go. And if we go in the direction of play the kids, I'll be on board. Right? That's what I want. I want to clarify then. I'll clarify it now. So if that's the direction that we go, I'll be on board for that. As long as we pick a direction and go. My deal has always been, and you guys often hear me say, pick a direction and go. Don't zigzag and, say we go and then stop and change. Just pick one and go.
I hear you.
And secondly, bro, Julius Randle is a superstar. And the faster
no, he's not.
The faster you realize,
no, he's not. Kevin Durant is a superstar. LeBron James is a superstar.
Can I say something?
That's a superstar, Freezy. Julius Randle. Now I'll flow with you with this. Julius Randle could be a star in the making. Certain things can happen, which that can happen. But to go out undisciplined, irresponsibly, and say that Julius Randle is a superstar in the NBA. Come on, Freezy.
Yeah, not at all.
Can I say something? Can I say something? Yeah, hey, but you're saying also, good morning, everybody, panel, everybody.
Good morning, Angelo.
Good morning. you're saying Tibbs will outcoach anybody in the league, basically? And he's being outcoached this year with all his non-adjustments that he's not doing a good job this year with the adjustments that he's making. You're saying he could outcoach anybody now? Who's
He got outcoached. He got outcoached by Wilkes against the Thunder last week.
Yeah, come on.
Let me do
Third
this real quick.
assistant on the team.
Let me do
Oh
this.
my God, the mastermind.
These are my takes. Bro.
Yo. So let me say this. So,
Hard will. What's good?
So first of all, I did say that Tibbs would outcoach 90% of the coaches in the league, right?
90?
Yeah. Did anybody in here remember me saying Tibbs would outcoach on a nightly basis? Tibbs would outcoach 90% of the teams in the league, coaches in the league.
I've heard you say that. I've heard you say that. Yeah.
I said that. I said that today. I said that just a few.
Yes, you did say that. Correct.
Yeah, and so every coach is not going to be razor sharp every night, but I like my chances against. I like my Tibbs against Chauncey Billups. I like that matchup.
Come on, Chauncey Billups.
Right. I like that matchup. Tibbs against.
Oh Lord.
Tibbs.
Oh my God.
Even rosters, even with everybody healthy, I like my chances with Tibbs against Nick Nurse. With even
Chill,
not Nick Nurse.
Yeah,
Tibbs. I mean Tibbs. I'm sorry. You see, I get confused. Sometimes you remind me of Tibbs.
I just thinking about Nick Nurse is doing good. They doing a great job.
He's an excellent coach. He's an excellent coach.
Hey, I gotta do somebody intro. Hold on. Yo, my guys in the building, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for one of the backbones of Lawrence Tears, the Lawrence Tears Network, Lawrence Tears' very own.
Yeah, what up?
The Ghetto Intellects is in the building.
Family, God bless y'all. On my way in the door, I just want to say, pause the Charmin tank and release RJ ASAP. RJ and Randall need to be 60% of the offense going forward. Everybody else plays off RJ and Randall. And if we can play like that the rest of the season and it makes sense, it's got to not. Well, I didn't believe in it before, guys. I finally do. So for all of you who I'm just joining your tank, your take, please make room for me on your bandwagon. But I believe if RJ and Randall gets off every night somewhat efficiently, I think we could be a competitive basketball team. But it can't be Fournier. It can't be anybody else. It got to be RJ and Randall every night.
Man, hey, y'all. Yeah. Hey, be patient with me, man. I got to do something real quick. Everybody, hold on. Be patient with me. Y'all be patient with me, man. Be patient with me because I was supposed to do a thing and I messed it up. Where is it? Where is it, man? Dang, where is it? Man, I messed it up, y'all. I had something dope for y'all, man, and I think I may have trashed it by accident, man. My bad, y'all. My bad.
Let me say this before I go. Salute to the panel. Salute to the great men in the chat. I'm about to see y'all later. Hope we have a good game tonight. RJ Randall. Let's get it. Peace out and love you. I'll see y'all guys later.
Yeah.
All right, bro.
Salute.
All right, Steph.
All right.
But to kind of support your point, well, not on the Eastern Conference thing because that's just different, but as far these veterans on our team has not been playing consistent the whole season. So I could see them maybe getting to a point of consistency that could help us maybe be a better competitive team. So I could agree with that, but the Eastern Conference thing, nah.
So this is what we're saying, Freeze, right? Is that we do agree on a direction. I think we did establish what direction this team is going in. And I think that was established ever since Tom Thibodeau was signed to be the coach of the New York Knicks, which is win now. Right or wrong?
Very right.
Okay.
Right.
So now, what you're alluding is that within this win now process, you feel from the Indiana game, because that's when this whole perspective switched, right? That we seem to be primed and geared to make a nice run right now. That's what you're saying. That's why I asked you, are we going to have a perfect week? Because when you're alluding that, you're saying that we're going to have a good week this week. Right or wrong?
Well, no, because there's a difference between good and perfect. And then, and like I answered before, perfect in my mind doesn't necessarily equate or equal the win and loss, all wins. A perfect week for me would be RJ and Julius Randle continuing down that road of playing together and having the vets that come back in play off of RJ and Randle. To me, that would be a perfect week.
What if we're 1-3? Is that a perfect week for you?
How do we looking at 1-3? Because if it's all three blowouts, then of course.
How has this team proved any consistency though? There's nothing to show. We're over the 20 game mark to look at things and see what our record is. There is no consistency at all.
And the only consistency you could possibly have is RJ playing downhill and getting to the rim. He looks like he can do that consistently. And Julius finding a way. No, he can do it. No, there's no question in my mind that RJ can play downhill consistently. Can he be efficient doing that?
Yes,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Right.
But we have no choice. We have no choice. We got to do it. We got to do it.
Agreed.
How do you make them efficient? By just doing it and building them up more. Trusting the ball in his hands makes him more efficient now, anyway, I think.
And which I didn't notice is RJ had been doing it the whole time. The difference is RJ Barrett is getting calls now.
Yeah, they had him in the corner, Freezy. They had him in the corner, and they was moving with Fournier with the ball when he should have been in that spot. Like we said, why is Fournier even there? And RJ is a 2. You took him off the ball and you put him in the corner. That makes his development freeze, if you ask me.
And let's be honest, too.
Yeah.
On the night against Indiana.
Not be as good as it should be. Pardon me, D.
No, thank you. Appreciate it. My bad for doing that. On the Indiana game, that was the most that I have seen RJ being used in those sets this whole season.
The Spurs game too, right? And that's the game he went off in.
I did not. The only time I saw RJ in the corner, just sitting there like he usually was in the fourth quarter.
And we got to be honest. If COVID didn't hit, would we be seeing any of this?
And I got to be honest too. I fell in love with. No, we wouldn't, Harwell. We know that was a rhetorical question. And I have to admit, I fell in love with that Fournier Randall stuff in the preseason. Man, they was looking so good. Man, Fournier was shooting his little tail off. I said, oh, that's cute. And it fell apart early, and we never went away from it.
You see, that's because you went from the old school leaf and paper to those electronic devices, and it blew your brains out. You understand? That's why, GI.
So I want to show y'all what I'm talking about, right? So if you can, and I know this looks like ants on the screen, right?
Yes, it does.
But
let me get my glasses.
I knew the old man were going to be like, "Yo, where my glasses at?"
I mean, but what good is information you can't read? That's like, you know what they used to say, hide it in the book.
Right, but so I'm trying to break it down verbally, so y'all can get see what I'm talking about. Can y'all see that now?
Yeah, a little better.
So what I'm getting at is the difference between what y'all are saying about RJ is not just about RJ Barrett having the ball more, but him getting more trips to the free throw line. And here is proof. Like as soon as I said it, it was, the thing is when you look at the games that RJ Barrett scored efficiently, he's been to the free throw line. He's getting calls. So if RJ Barrett continues to go to the free throw line and get calls, now, should he be a better free throw shooter? Yes.
Definitely.
Right? But what I'm saying is RJ Barrett pounding the defense's inside pause, right? RJ Barrett getting to the free throw line, threatening the interior of teams' defense.
Mm-hmm.
What it does is it will create open looks for others that are on the floor. Our three-point percentage has been mediocre at best. I think right now we're ranked 9th or 10th in the NBA three-point shooting. Last year we ranked
Well,
2nd.
we've been dreadful the last week and a half, so that definitely brought down the rankings.
Right, and so we had been hovering around 8 the entire season, right? Last year, Elfrid Payton, and every time I say his name, I just want to. So Elfrid Payton consistently got into the paint. Now, what that did is it created open looks for others from 3, and the proof was in the fact that we shot 39.2% from 3. Not that Reggie Bullock is a better shooter than Evan Fournier. Reggie Bullock got better looks than Evan Fournier is getting right now, right? Not that Elfrid Payton is a better shooter, three-point shooter than Kemba Walker, right? But cats like Elfrid Payton and others got better looks than Kemba Walker. And if you combine that with the fact that RJ Barrett can penetrate the defense and create open looks for others, if this thing comes together, I see all the puzzle pieces that we mentioned. Remember we talked about putting the puzzle together? I think this is where we have turned the corner, right? If RJ Barrett continues to penetrate the D and have the defense have to collapse on him where he can spray it out to others that can't create their own shots, like Quentin Grimes, like Obi Toppin, then I think you'll see an uptick in production from those guys, not because they got better, but they got better opportunities.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I said it last night too in reference to watching footage. When Mick set screens for RJ, it's a difference because it's like it's a basketball play going to be made. What really develops from it, so you see different type of movement being made than when they was setting it for Randall. For some reason, he's not giving the same effort, like as if he feel like he's not going to get the ball back sometime. Maybe I'm not sure, but a lot of things that causes putting RJ. Not only that, Randall, if RJ's doing good, they can't just worry about Randall. And then Randall could be in his sweet spot and really dominate.
Yeah,
You know what else too? You know what else too? If with RJ Barrett, drawing attention from the defense, penetrating the defense. You know what that does for a dude like Julius Randle? Gives him the opportunity to score easy baskets. Every shot he takes is not the most contested shot in the possession.
Makes him Super Randle.
Super Randle. And listen, and even if RJ doesn't pass on the ball, just puts a shot on the rim, we're confident in our offensive rebounding with Mitchell Robinson and Julius Randle that those dudes can score on offensive rebounds and putbacks.
True.
And even if they don't get the offensive rebound and he doesn't get the pass, it doesn't hurt his player efficiency. And now we got to get RJ more efficient. But the fact of the matter is, this Julius thing is insanity, and it's gonna drive him and the fan nuts, and it's gonna start to impact him and his family moving around the city. This is a nasty city, so we gotta do something to protect this guy sooner than later, for real. And the fact of the matter is, man, I just feel bad that I did not have more faith in RJ. I just have to admit, he has plenty enough athleticism to play downhill at a high level. He really does. Now, whether he's going to finish or not, well, we're going to have that conversation later. But it cannot. I think he stopped going when he stopped getting the calls. I think he stopped going when he started realizing, man, I took 11 layups today. I only made 2, 3. So I think even he stopped going. He's got to keep going, D. He's got to keep going.
I think at the end of the day, with this current roster that they have assembled, if you're gonna run your dribble handoff options like the pistol, and if you're gonna run your pick and pop with Julius, right, and if you're gonna run your PNR or your Spanish PNR, I want to see RJ Barrett in that action every single time. Because he has to grow, he has to matriculate. So even if he is inefficient, right, GI, I still need him to go through those growing pains, because the reality of the situation is that he's my second best player. Right or wrong?
That's right. I agree.
Yeah, I don't want to see him on the corner no more. We see him on the corner tonight, we go crazy.
And the third pick,
cause a riot.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem, guys. As much as we try to mental masturbate pause against each other, we flipping, excuse me, man, I'm so passionate about it. Oh, that was horrible.
Let me just say,
damn, GI, what you doing, Playboy?
That was horrible. We flipping are all on the same page. There's no other realistic answer for this franchise. Even if it don't win games, there's no other way we can play basketball that would make an ounce of sense. And if Tibbs does anything different, there's no way he realistically wants to be this coach anymore and should be this coach anymore.
Whoa, I like that take right there.
And he might be having an identity crisis this year. And you would figure at an old age, you wouldn't expect that. But it's just weird things going on, and we saw it the other night where the offense the options are more available to the 5 guys on the floor with something as simple as Evan Fournier being on that corner than RJ Barrett. Why? If I'm a defense, Evan would worry me more on that corner than RJ Barrett. Right or wrong?
Yeah, at the point of attack, of course. It
don't make dollars. It don't make sense.
Insecurity, bro. Come on. Fournier driving.
Fournier said he wanted the ball more, though.
He hasn't had enough.
He wanted the ball more.
Poor guy.
No, let's go there. Let's go there because it goes with the RJ take. Go there.
Wait, is he talking about Fournier?
No, listen.
Listen
how criminal. Listen how criminal the season has been to date. Listen how criminal. Week 3, Fournier complains, and RJ gets even less touches. It goes further away from what we're talking about right now. Fournier starts to get more touches, and then he's proven to be a bonehead. He's proven to be an inefficient scorer when forced to be one of the key scorers for a team. He wasn't a key scorer for Orlando. I know key player. Terrence Ross bared I made a mistake and called him a point guard last night. Forgive me, network. Forgive me. But Terrence Ross bared the scoring. Who else? Gordon bared the scoring.
Let me your point. Out of his whole career, the most he's ever averaged as field goal attempts is one season is 14.1. No, my bad, 14.2. Sorry.
That's it? Oh my God.
That's it. And last year, he averaged, let me see, field goal attempts right here. Last year, he ended up with Boston averaging 10, and this year he's at 11.
Yeah, we need consistency from our vets. Like, I feel like the season we'll have a whole different tone if we had consistency from the start of the season. And it's crazy because the vets were playing during preseason too. So you would think that they would have something going by the time the season starts. But then after those 4 games or whatever, they just fell off.
So if Evan Fournier is saying that, my response to him, cold-heartedly, humbly, is go stuck a French croissant in your mouth, bro. Seriously.
Well, what I'm gonna say to him, what I'm gonna say to him is, you'd hit your shots. He would hit his shots if he actually put in work. I'm assuming he's not putting in work because he's wide open in half his shots and he's not making them. And then the other half, like I've been saying for the past few months, he wants to act like he's Ray Allen fading away in the corner. So I mean, if you can't make those shots, and then when you get to the basket, it's half and half. You either get the floater or you throw up a brick from the three. That's his 2 shot options.
Plus, when he's
Yeah,
planted on the wing and corner.
They all professional. I feel like he don't fit the description, like toughness, and you know what I mean. Like I feel like when we get Nick players, and even for our rookies to learn from, they got to learn from vets like that's tougher than a Fournier type of player. If you ask me, it looked like they just threw him in there for a shooter, last minute situation because of the Kimber when they was going to bring both. I think they knew about that before we did, of course. But I feel like if you're going to bring somebody in as vets, they got to bring toughness and defense. So at least the young guys can learn that from them. You know what I mean? You bring in a soft guy that just could shoot, and now his shot ain't going in. He had a good day. You pay him all that money. He should have never have a donut for the whole season.
Freezy, you're gonna like this one too, because unlike what Randall does, when his shot's not falling, he'll help and create for somebody else. When has Fournier done that? He's just non-existent. If he's not making a shot, he's just out there.
Listen, if it's not attacking a closeout, he's not getting in the paint.
Right, and somebody just said in the chat, thank you.
So now
we talk about defense with Fournier. Fournier be doing a point like how my man said.
Mystical.
Yeah.
So now, right? So now if he's stuck in the corner now, right, where he should be, right, it actually makes the game easier for him for what he does.
And he still missed.
So it's confusing. But even if he still misses, at least he's in a better position to bring me more productivity when he's on the basketball court. Right.
Yeah. You're using them better.
But you know what, Keyshawn? He's going to go off tonight because he's playing the Celtics.
Yeah. You know, when he played that green and white, it's a different Fournier. He turned to Olympic Fournier.
But my fault, Harwell. You can go ahead.
No. I was just saying they moving him far away from the ball. That didn't help his game. That's all. Like, you can't do that to a player like that. If you follow him, his career, like he always had the ball in his hand. Even if he wasn't the point guard, he know how to make things happen. You know what I'm saying? From even when he was at Duke with Zion. Just got to remember who we dealing with. And then, did he improve on defense? Yes, because he always wasn't as good as a defender as he is. Did his jump shot improve? Yes, because he never had a 3-point shot like he does now. So, in my mind, I knew RJ got better all along. It's just that we judge him, players, and not judge the situation that the team put them in. It's like how Freezy broke down the shot chart on how Randy's shooting this year from last year. Same thing. You don't know what they're telling them to do. They following instructions, obviously. I'm saying I only seen a few times lately now where they like not giving it to Randall or kind of taking it in their own hands. But it looked like the team is divided anyway when you see stuff like that. You know what I mean? Where dude is wide open, you don't give him the ball. A lot of stuff like that shouldn't be going on. We're talking about making a simple bucket. Even for Randall, you should never not get that man a simple bucket if he worked so hard for his points. You know what I'm saying? Like I say, I'm with the Knicks, not a player. A lot of people seem like they representing players or old or young. But those players leave, I'm still here with the Knicks. So all that, y'all need to chill with all that part of it. For real. We all together. We all want us to win at the end of the day.
Yeah, Ron. Yeah, Ron, we can hear you.
All right. First off, just want to say salute to all y'all. G.I., D, Danny, Keyshawn, Sam, Anthony, Harwell, Uncle Freezy. Salute to all y'all. Uncle Freezy, I didn't know it was possible. I see Harwell got to holla at me. So when it comes to the French crawler,
the French crawler,
he's a rhythm shooter, and he needs volume. He's not going to get that with the Knicks. It's just this team is not built to revolve around him, and he doesn't play defense. So obviously he has to go. I say that because on opening night when we went to the game, you know how you see guys warming up, taking their shots, getting hot. He hit 2 shots out of maybe 30 shots that he took. Then you saw what he did that night. He was on fire at certain points in that game. So it's not about consistency. I thought he was going to brick the whole game. I was like, this guy got no rhythm. But once he got into rhythm in the Boston game, you could see when he gets multiple touches, he can get his shot going. He can't get that on this team when you got options, full options of Akemba, RJ, Randall, and whoever else we got going on. It's just this. He needs his own environment where he can be a number two, a true number two, or just he has to, be a bench player on somebody else's team. But for our team, we need something more. He's not the guy, and he's never going to be the guy because he can't get enough touches. That's how I feel about him, watching him play.
Let me allow me to break down some stats real quick. Freezy, this is going into to see if this RJ Randall thing is real. And I think Boston is a great test to see if it is. Boston, besides them having great wing defenders, they are 7th in the league in opponents' points in the paint. They are 2nd in the league in opponents' assists per game. They are 4th in the league in opponents' 2-point shooting. They are 11th in the league in opponents' 3-point shooting. They're 7th in the league in opponents shooting. They are 16th in fast break points, but we don't get fast break points, so that might not mean much. We could kill them on the boards tonight. No, my bad. They're 11th in the league in rebounding.
But we have to, D. That's the only way.
I understand. I look at these numbers and I say this is a great test to see if this RJ Randall thing is real.
Oh, and
It's real.
Freeze, I'm just joking about the intro. I don't know.
We'll find out.
My joke.
No, I didn't hear you were breaking up. I didn't catch it.
Oh, come on. See, if the joke don't land, what's the point? Forget it.
But you know what though? A dude told me one time, he was like, sometimes the punchlines are so funny that the jokes write themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like the joke. But anyway, some people won't get what I'm getting at by saying that. Right. But let me say this. Brooklyn Buddha, thank you for your generous contribution. Brooklyn Buddha says, I've been saying this season depends on Tibbs growing just as much as our players. Smart take, Brooklyn Buddha. That's a smart take there. Well, hey, anybody want to talk about Tibbs being as flexible as he's ever been? Or should we continue to bash Tibbs?
As flexible as he's ever.
I don't bash Tibbs.
He don't play the young guy.
What in the hand?
He don't play the young guy.
I'm just messing with you.
Let me tell you something.
There's no flexibility in his name.
Let me tell you how predictable Tibbs is. Just chart 2 games, and chart when Randall played. Chart when RJ played. Chart when Fournier played. So I'm not going to say the backup players to those. Chart when Burks played. Chart when IQ played. They play the same minutes every game. The only thing that'll change is if you're super hot that game and your player that you play in front of is garbage, he'll sit that guy the last 4 minutes, maybe 4 minutes. He subs it. You only thing you don't know what's gonna happen is how the players perform, but they know the exact minutes. If they play at 7:30 every day in the game run, they know they can tell their family, turn on the TV at 8:15. I promise you, I'll be playing basketball.
And they'll be performing terribly.
But that's not a Tibbs thing. That's a players are a creature of habit thing, right? That's what we want, right? So if you're a player, say if Hard Will coming off the bench, Hard Will want to get into a routine like, I know I'm gonna be playing 18 minutes a game.
I took the first bite. Somebody else take the second bite.
Nah. I'm taking all the bites.
I got a question. He can't answer.
Because this thing about Tibbs, is crazy, bro.
Freezy, I have a question for you, Freezy.
What's that question?
Tell me the offensive philosophy of Tom Thibodeau.
Bro, I'm trying to get to that right now. I'm saying because
tell me
okay, boss. You gotta let me get to a thing.
No problem.
You know what I'm saying? Because the thing is the thing about the rotation is players are that not only are the coaches creatures of habit, players are creatures of habit, bro. They don't want to say get 20 minutes, they start one game, come off the bench, start another game, come off the bench. They want to be able to work into a rhythm. We just talked about Fournier and RJ and them being inconsistent. If you're inconsistent with the way the rotation goes, all you do is feed into that inconsistency. Dude quickly wants to know, and in the first quarter, he's going to come in at the 5-minute mark, right? The point guard's going to sit, quickly going to come in, right? Quickly wants to know that he's going to be playing against second units. These things, man, Tibbs, you establish a rotation so you can stick to a rotation. Now, Tibbs' flexibility comes in, and some inflexibility. Tibbs' flexibility comes in with the offense. You can see Tibbs run 5 to 6 to 7 offensive sets during the game. That's ridiculous. Who does that? You don't run that much stuff. Because during the game, if you run 3 things, if you get in a triangle, you at least want to cycle through the options. Keep the play going, cycle through your options. Get other players touches that normally wouldn't touch the ball. Call Julius Randle 2 plays in a triangle that y'all went over and walked through and cycle through to see who else can touch the ball when you run these sets. Because you run plays out of sets. You don't just run plays just random, not in sets. D just said it. D mentioned multiple sets that Tibbs runs during the game. If Tibbs runs multiple sets during the game, how is that not flexible?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
And he's trying to run it for the younger guys too. Like
the younger guys, and Keyshawn, to your point, the younger guys got to learn. They don't automatically know these things. They have to start off with a simplified offense so that they can get used to the speed of the game, the defensive adjustments, their rhythm, and where they prefer to take their shots from. They don't just walk in the gym and be scorching hot. They have to learn these things over and over and over again.
And it's hard to learn if you have bad vets in front of you that can't even consistently play well.
And they can't learn, when you run the NBA base level, not base level, but the intricate NBA plays that veterans run. The young guys can't learn it because they have to start off on a certain level. Even in training camp, summer league, you got to look at what these young guys go through, because in summer league, they're playing with dudes that are not really NBA players, right? So they're automatically better than the dudes that they're playing with, right? And then they get to training camp, and now all of a sudden they are lower down on the totem pole because they're playing with vets who want to learn a whole bunch of different things. And then when they get into the season, now they're playing against other teams' vets that show them different defensive looks. And some guys. So the thing with Tibbs not being flexible, man, is crazy. Now, his inflexibility is with his defense. When Tibbs' defense is getting roasted, he won't adjust because he thinks play harder is the answer.
Yeah, more effort.
Right. Like the other night when Hartwell said my man guard from the other team was killing the Knicks, and Tibbs didn't make an adjustment. Hartwell was absolutely right. Why are you not playing McBride right here when he's clearly the best player in this situation? But he went to the dude that he went with Burks and was like, Burks, you got to play harder. That don't make sense because the dude played hard from the start with. He should have been playing McBride. But the offensive sets, bro, come on, man. Y'all got to give Tibbs credit for trying new things. This whole thing about Tibbs' offense is basic, is crazy. The only time he simplify is when you need a bucket and you hear him call out ISO, or he put the young guys in the game and then they don't know nothing.
Crazy.
They should know how to run horns. They can't even do the horns correctly. They run horns. Tibbs runs the flex. He does triangle. He does a bunch of stuff that caters to these young guys.
Right.
So Freezy,
people aren't knocking shots.
Bro. I'm sorry.
Okay, Freezy, I'll let you go, right? I gave you enough time. You made your point?
Go ahead, man.
Okay, cool. Tibbs runs a little bit of everything. He runs a little bit of triangle. He runs a little bit of read or react. He runs a little bit of flex. He runs a little bit of everything, right? But nothing is ever in great detail. And the reason why I know that is because he doesn't explore the options of what these offenses actually provide. So what Tibbs does is that he runs a little bit of it, and when option 1 or maybe 2, because usually it's his option 1, doesn't work, he will result to a stagnant offensive ISO ball. That's his philosophy. This is what he does. So and I don't think he's a great offensive mind in that respect.
I didn't say he was a great. I was saying that he is flexible. That's what I was saying. And so understand the difference that I'm saying. I'm not saying that this dude is Mike D'Antoni. I'm saying he has been more flexible this year than in all the previous years, right? And then the other. So D, let me ask you this about the options, right? You said he did with the options. Are you saying that he runs these sets? Say he runs. I don't know. Say he runs red. Are you saying that he'll run red? And red is not even a play. That's rec ball.
That's fine. I get your point though.
So, but say he runs red. Are you saying that he runs the first two options in red, and then with about 10 seconds left, he say just ISO? Or are you saying he'll run red 4 or 5 times, and then if it's not working, then do ISO?
What I'm saying is that he has a couple of sets in which he runs, but my point being is that through the sets is that he'll look for his 2 options, and then you can see within the fluidity of the other sets, even when it goes in, you could tell players are not on par because the instruction is not there for them to know what to do if that 3rd, 4th, or 5th option comes. And so what I'm saying, because of that, because Tibbs is not into great detail of that, he feels more comfortable when the shot clock goes down, right? Okay, Burks, go ahead, get yours. Randall, go ahead, get yours. You see, RJ, go ahead, get yours.
The veterans should know how to do this.
His
they should be
personnel
more
don't fit
intricate
that
with it. The
description.
veterans have played the game long enough to know what to do. And if they're not consistently doing it, you expect the young guys to just come in and do it?
No. We're not saying that. He's saying like, I mean, I know we.
I'm just saying if the vets can't even do it, if they can't set the example for these guys, then how you expecting the young guys to just come here and do it? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but not every play, Gregory.
They got to set the example.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have it's the vets that we have. I said that earlier. They made some bad moves, like bringing in Fournier. I mean, I wouldn't want nobody to learn from a player who's not tough on defense or who can't create his own shot. So, my point being, when I say not just play the young guys, but if they learning more to play through these experiences, reference to an older guy that is struggling just as much, and we don't think he's going to be on this team in the future. That's my point. For in those situations, I'd rather play him. I wouldn't have brought Fournier in. Not saying that you let the money go back to the NBA, because I think something that goes like that. But Grimes, the way he played, being so young, it's just all the signs that we see comparing to the veterans, how they're playing, it's not there. We need better veterans on this team. Even Julius is a great scorer, great rebounder, 20 and 10, you know what I mean? But his leadership qualities aren't really there. I just wanted to make one point, Freezy, about the McBride and Burks point. I think Tibbs made that decision more or less because he know that Burks is an okay defender, and he probably wasn't going to be able to stay with that young guard that was on Indiana. But Burks' offensive punch was more than McBride's, and he went with that more or less.
Right.
And that wasn't a great decision because in that game, Burks didn't play very well. You know what I mean? He didn't play bad, but he didn't play too well. He got cooked on defense, and he didn't really bring too much. You know, so I feel like I don't blame Burks. I blame more Tibbs for putting him in that position because he's better at the 3 than at the 1. And you got people saying he's not a good defender because he's playing out of position. You know what I mean? That's just obvious. A lot of stuff falls back on Tibbs. And I feel like he can't adapt to his personnel. So he's just still expecting guys to do what he would do with these guys that he needs, but he don't have that. So you have to adjust more to what you have on your roster and try to take advantage of those things more and build up the team in the process more. Reference to people say, oh, these guys are getting minutes. Let me clear up that narrative y'all paint with that too. It's not the same thing as getting minutes when you're just standing in the corner. It's a difference. It's like giving RJ the keys. Yeah, Julius still going to get his points, but giving him the keys and letting him do him and believing in him builds him up. That's the difference from saying, oh, they're getting minutes. Like some of y'all say, what do you mean? Tibbs is playing the rookie. Oh, Tibbs is playing the young guys. You're not talking about that. We're talking about building them the right way by calling a number more telling them to get out of the way for him, like he do Julius, like that. That's what we saying. Because Julius
it's like this. I'm sorry,
Julius is a veteran. He should know how to get his that way if he's not doing that well with the ball in his hands, which we all can see he's not, right? We see he's getting ripped when he turns his head, throwing the ball away with the double team. So put him in position more and let the young boy have the ball in his hand. And at the same time, he's growing. Why? Because we're not winning this year or next year. Like we said on our show, even the playoff run, first round or second round, you rather that than let RJ learn. That's part of my take. What I wanted to say on the whole RJ and part of the decision in which I was just talking about because I was being quiet for a while.
All right. Yo.
What's up, G-Man?
What's good? What's good?
G-Man.
Salute.
What's up, Sarge?
Salute to the panel. Salute to the chat. Hey, we in this thing right here. So tonight, what we're about to see, and I want to make this clear, right? Tonight, what we're about to see is if what we saw the previous game, if that was a fluke, or if this is something we can build upon. I'll be interested to see how that works out. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, G-Man, you sound a little excited today.
I am.
What do you mean by that, though? What do you mean by whether it's a fluke?
So
yeah,
whether
I don't.
What?
Yeah, because it's not about. I want to make sure I want to make sure we're on the same page. What we're saying is really not about wins or losses. This is the only way to be competitive. This is the only way night in, night out that makes sense to play basketball with this unit. That's what we're saying. So when you say you'll see whether it's a fluke or not, what do you?
What I'm saying is, if what we saw, the performance that we saw in the previous game, if that was out of necessity or if that's something that can be recreated. That's all I'm saying. Now, I'm gonna tell you this.
No. But in fairness, it's not about whether it can be recreated. Will Tibbs press his will? Will RJ press his will? Will Randall press his will to make it created? And this is where our judgment starts. I'm sorry.
So
and G-Man, wait, let me say something to GI real quick. And if the what's the name? If the Celtics adjust to it, will Tibbs make the necessary adjustments in order for the offense to keep flowing the way they desire to? Okay.
So you guys are in line with my thought process. And when I say fluke, it means to GI's point is exactly what he just stated, right? So when you see if you're standing on the sideline and you're the orchestrator of the offense and you want to put people in the best situation to be able to be successful, will you do that? That's what I mean by fluke.
Well, you scared us a little bit because you came in and said stop, right, Uncle Freezy, as if we were heading in the wrong direction. Listen. Don't try that, Sarge. Don't try that stuff, bro. We listen. We about the game. You're not gonna come in here and say stop as if we were headed the wrong direction and then steal our thoughts and run with them. Listen.
G.I. was on the phone too.
I'm on all things.
Yo, he got off the phone to address that one.
He did.
This is about to become propaganda for the network. Usually this is a free thinking network, but now we want to beat you into this line of thinking. If you think this ain't the way, then you get up here on this panel and you better have it the way. And we started enough to listen if your way will work, but you darn well better not be in no chat or come up in here being no antagonist, and you ain't got no better answer. RJ and Randall is the way. RJ.
So
Randall.
We'll see how Tibbs orchestrates his offense tonight, and I'm gonna be sitting back in the cut watching. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Because history tells me that this is not a repeat performance. I'm just saying. I don't want to be the negative Nancy in the building, but I'm telling you,
bro.
I'm just telling you.
It's true.
Tibbs calling the game. Tibbs calling the game, bro. Come on. When you take the hottest player that you got on the court out of the game for what reasons, I don't know. But maybe he knows something I don't. He's there.
Did he win?
History shows it's a letdown game, right? Right, Sarge?
Yeah.
Did he win?
The previous game, yeah, he won that game. He did. But how many games has the same situation happened and we didn't come out on the positive end of the stick?
Not many.
Well, I can say that it's probably never happened because I don't remember both of them scoring 30 in a game.
Right.
Yeah. It's never happened.
First time.
Never happened. That has never happened. And so again, I will be interested to see how Tibbs orchestrates this game tonight. That's all I'm looking for.
And Randall's got to help.
You can tell that
man has to help. I'm sorry.
You can tell that stuff too, man, because they wasn't even willing to give him enough, like run it through him enough before to see if he could bring that. Like, you know what I mean? They just kept running it a certain way. That's the problem that bothers me, because Randy needs help. So now because of the COVID situation, and now they see it, this is my problem with it. It's not like Fournier, somebody's making it. It's not like Fournier was doing great with the minutes or anything. Like, I would have put RG at the 2 and put Burks back at the 3. Word.
Long time.
Yo, Free Keith.
What's good?
Great show last night, champ. Great show last night.
Yeah, that was a good
show.
That
was a good show, G.I. That was definitely a good show.
How you gonna go at me like that, man? My family was watching, bro.
That show was good. You and Keith are good today, G.I.
You know what I'm saying? He gonna stop my head like that on national TV, bro. My family is embarrassed.
Very good.
You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody even
What's
answered
good,
the phone.
y'all? What's good? Salute to the entire chat. What up, homies, beloveds?
No, we kind of dragged Keith a little bit. We got him back in line a little bit last night, Freezy. I love him to death. He fought well, but
come on,
he got no stamina, bro. He ain't got no stamina.
Let's get back to y'all.
Free Keith. So let me ask
grumpy
you
men's
this.
meeting.
Yeah, hey, so
we actually happy today.
The narrative right now is Tibbs does not.
Oh yeah, Tibbs is the narrative now.
Yeah, it's like every time we get disappointed, we blame Tibbs, bro.
I like your guys' intro.
Obi Toppin don't score 20
back in the days.
It's Tibbs' fault.
Seeing Patrick Ewing spin around the Chief and put it down, and Mason the locksmith. Oh my God.
That's my favorite part. I love our intro, yo. That intro is fire.
Fire. It's fire.
I love it.
That gets me amped up seeing those guys from back in the days.
It certainly gets me pumped. I love it.
You cannot deny that Tibbs goes about winning basketball games the same way every night. You can't deny that. Where he doesn't have the talent to be that rigid. He cost us some games. You cannot disagree with that.
Good point. That's what DJ said too. He don't have the personnel.
My bad, D.
It's all good.
Nah, that was me. I said he don't have the personnel. You're right, GR.
No, I don't like to repeat somebody else's take.
Nah, it was different, but it was the same point.
We on the same team, brother. It's all good.
It was different, bro.
Same team, bro. Same team.
But Freezy, did you see what Randall said about the whole situation? He said all he care about that what the Knicks posted.
Yeah, I saw that.
He said he don't care about what. Basically, he didn't say it, but he left out the fans.
Yep.
Yeah, good. That's beautiful. I don't want none of them cats to care about the fans. I want none of them to care about the fans. Y'all are good people, whatever, this, that, and the other. I don't want him to give a damn about me.
I feel the same way, Keith. Same
Yeah,
way.
like yo, like cats is way so emotional, man. Like y'all look at these dudes like they got sons or some stuff for real. Like these are working millionaires. Go out and do your job, or go do it someplace else. That's it.
Yeah,
Stop blaming everybody else. Get blamed for the dudes who not actually like yo. Like if I give you a set, your job, your multi-million job is to make it happen. The cats who lace up their sneakers get they be the last people to get the blame, unless it's Randall
or Obi.
or Obi.
Man, don't nobody waste time.
Here we go. I was about to say, here you go.
Really? Don't nobody waste time. Man, ain't nobody worried about.
Yo, these cats have been inconsistent. That has been the theme of this season, and it's the fault of the cats lacing up their sneakers. That's it. Because when it's clicking, we winning.
Right.
Playing the exact same way.
I agree.
Stop disseminating blame with conspiracy theories. Oh, Tibbs is this. Tibbs is calling out the same plays when we winning as when we losing. Why are we losing?
Right.
What's the difference?
It ain't
the
working.
difference is the guys who's lacing up the shoes is not hitting.
Oh, the defense has nothing to do with that on the other teams? They're making adjustments or switching or going through
how
film?
it is when Cats is playing together. You see how it is. If you've been watching the games the whole season, you can see those games from the other ones. You see them.
I've seen it happen in
spurts.
spurts.
Is playing together is the key word.
You was about to say something. You say you agree it happens in spurts, right?
No, I said it happens in spurts.
That's the inconsistency part. That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying. They just been inconsistent. We've seen them do it.
What I'm saying is that, I feel like the ball movement has been inconsistent for 2 years now.
Okay.
That's why I said together is the key word.
I feel like the player movement has been inconsistent for 2 years now. So now because of that, now I have to make an assessment now. Right?
Okay, so what happens in 2 years more? Like so what you're saying is like we're not in a more positive place than we were 2 years ago. Because that to me is the overall, it's the overarching principle.
Well, 2 years ago, that's the norm though.
We're not in a better place than we were 2 years ago.
That's given. That's given because
I'm
we
not
are in
talking
a
about
win.
last season. I'm talking about 2 years ago. We're not in a better place.
I'm going to answer your question. That's a given because we're in a win now situation. And the win now situation.
Like we're not getting a championship this year. It's about building.
I agree with you.
Success comes in increments. It's an incremental increase. Like Cats is all right. I'm my bad.
Every Wednesday at 7:30. Go ahead, D.
My bad, bro. Like,
I hear you, Gio.
My bad. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good, man. You could be passionate or all that. I have no problem with that. But what I'm just saying is that I understand that making a championship contending team takes time. I get that. Wait, there's an echo. Oh, okay. Anyway, it takes time. And I understand that. And I agree with you 100%, Free Keith. I will also agree with you that from a win-loss perspective, we are in a way better place than we were 2 years ago. So I will agree with you with that as well. I'm trying. Oh, yeah, and talent as well, because, I mean, nobody expected Julius Randle to ascend as he did last year, right?
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that, and we talked about this last night on For the Love of the Game, was that are we okay just making the first, possibly second round for the next 4 or 5 years instead of saying, okay, something's wrong with the foundation. Let me go back. Let me build up this foundation, right? Sacrifice a year to a year and a half for me to be competing for the next 4 or 5. That's the argument.
But see what you're arguing, what you guys are projecting is you're projecting out 4 years from now based on just today. The NBA is a very liquid and very moving entity. 4 years from now, are you saying like to me, like anything can happen in a year? Anything can happen in a year's time.
Of
We don't
course.
like this player. This player is disgruntled. He want to move. Like the NBA is liquid. Like the whole idea that what the snapshot of now is going to be forever is so short sighted, yo.
And I agree with you.
Like I don't know we're gonna be in the playoffs, the playoff first, like a first round out for the next 4 years, just because I think that we're not doing any moves beyond what we have today. Come on, man, that's disingenuous.
I mean, I wasn't even saying all that. And I do agree with you that anything could happen from one season to the next. But I don't know what's going to happen next season. I can only base my analysis. I can only base my analysis and assessment based on what I'm seeing right now and what I have seen through this administration for the last year and a half.
My biggest issue in Keith's assessment is if Leon Rose is thinking the way Keith is talking every morning, saying, I just don't know what's going to happen next year.
That's disingenuous as well. Stop that. I am not in the position of knowledge that Leon Rose is. So him saying that is totally different than me saying that. Stop it. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Be fair. Be fair.
Well, then, Free Keith, then what is your position based on? Because we're making
my position is based on not knowing that. Like, I don't know what's brewing back there. That's what I'm saying. He knows. They know. So, if he has the same position I have, then we're in trouble. Yes. I'm saying me as a fan in front of guys who aren't talking. I don't know what they're doing.
Right. And so, and that's why we're talking to you.
Not doing nothing. That's my difference, I guess.
And that's why we're talking to you, and we're not talking to Leon Rose, one, because we can't, and two,
exactly.
Because,
so you can't switch positions with me and Leon Rose if Leon Rose is thinking like me. Like, nah, that he shouldn't be thinking like me. If he's thinking like me, it's a loss. Like, you're 100% right.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that, but you have made statements saying, for example, that 2 trades will make us a formidable team in the NBA. And formidable, I take that as second round possible Eastern Conference Finals, correct? Okay, good.
Okay.
So we're basing, when we get at you, we're not getting at you to like, oh geez, we're not getting at you to like, you know, like make you feel like your points and contentions don't matter. We're just getting at you with the fact is that because we do have opposing views, right? We're trying to assess what makes more sense moving forward. So, for example, if you made the assessment that 2 trades will put us in a formidable space, I would have to ask you, what trades would that be? Because based on our roster, there's not a lot of wiggle room that we can make especially to get somebody prominent like that in here based on the roster's trade value. You see where we're getting at, Keith? So you can stick to your guns, and you all gravy for that.
I think that we have tradable contracts with quality people. That's what I think. I think Burks is a very tradable and quality contract. That's what I think.
But we're not getting a formidable piece back.
Who it goes to? I'm just talking about the material that we have. I'm not saying who I'm going to trade for. I'm going to leave that to Freezy. He the GM. I'm just saying we got the material in-house to do things. That's all I'm saying. And we just don't know what until we've reached the point that no more things can be done. Okay, then we have an argument. But you're saying right now, 4 years from now, we're going to be a first round team because we ain't doing nothing right now. I just can't buy into that. I can't. I'm sorry. We got stuff in house to make moves. Like look, we got stuff. We got stuff.
We're not stuck.
We're not stuck. This joint is liquid, yo. Be water.
Yeah, I disagree, but no problem.
Yeah, I feel like those are the people that brought what we have in. Now we saying we got stuff to get more pieces. So I'm feeling like when I judge somebody, I'm judging off what they did so far. That's just my response. So you can't tell me if I'm watching what's going on and I'm a fan. I cover the Knicks and I see they didn't do anything as far as what they said they was going to do, then I have a right to say something about that and talk about it and say they need to do this or they should do that. And you could make an assessment on where
what did they say that they were going to do?
Excuse me?
What did they say they were going to do that they didn't do?
When you bring somebody in saying, like, you've heard many rumors about what type of players they was going to get and bring, since we're not talking about right now, I'm talking about in reference to who you was talking about. And when you compared yourself and what they doing and said, we can't judge or we can't say, I was giving you my assessment on why I could and what I think about it. You know what I'm saying? And in reference to where the team is, we can say where we think the team is headed, because this looks bad. There's too many problems. There's a lot of things to fix. That's why we have so many things to say. Your assessment is, it's all right. We're going to be okay in 2 years. But you don't have a story or a plan that makes sense.
No. Don't misconstrue my point, brother. Don't misconstrue my point. I'm not saying like, oh, we are right. All I'm saying is that there is like y'all, that view isn't a hard and fast view. That's what I'm saying. Like open the doorway to other viewpoints of other things possibly happening, because other things possibly can. What?
The most fluid professional sport is baseball. A baseball team. Now, I want to get to a point because you talked about fluidity of the league. The most fluid professional sport is baseball. I've seen a baseball team not make the playoffs next year, win the World Series. The second most fluid sport is football. Football, right?
You cannot get off those contracts.
Because football, right?
Those contracts is not this.
Let me finish. The least most fluid sport is basketball. We watched the man the last decade. Yeah, we talk about because when I talk and most of the guys talk, maybe you should be specific because maybe I think that's where the connection is. I'm clearly talking about winning a championship, nothing else. If I can't get one of these that says NBA championship that will lay in my casket one day, and I don't want to be too gory, but that is my goal. That is that this wants to be a championship. So when I talk about rebuilding the Knicks, when I'm playing fake GM, when I'm doing analysis, it's for the sake of leading us to a championship. This is not that fluid to the teams that can win a championship from year to year to year. They don't change that often.
Because once you're there, we don't have that. We're not at the recipe yet. Like we're not like once you get to the recipe, you keep the recipe going.
So, you gotta check
we're not like that doesn't even. Of course not.
See it today and see how totally different the NBA is.
So Keith, let me give you an example. Right? Do you watch the Memphis Grizzlies?
Yes.
Okay. The Memphis Grizzlies has certain things in place where I'm looking and I'm like, wow, in the next 2 or 3 years, I could see this team contending for a championship because they have certain foundational pieces in which they mix and mold it together, right? And they're building a solid house from it. And I can see it happening. And I think nobody would disagree to that. So my point is that I use them as a template because that's what you're saying about our current situation here. You don't know what can happen, right? And things could happen, but I can only base my observations based on what I see. You see, now I could project and I could throw potentiality out there and I could do that, right?
Of course.
But my projections are only based on what I can see. So I see the Memphis Grizzlies, if everybody's healthy and everybody's developing the way they should be, they could be contending for a championship in the next 2 or 3 years. I do not see that with this Knicks roster. And that concerns me.
Yes, I agree.
So you're assuming that okay, I actually really like the Memphis team. And like I think Memphis got a nice young core. Like I think they're still a little bit too much dependent on Ja, but whatever. You're looking at the team with the 100% people on the team as is. Like, oh, hey, cool. Like, yeah, like they got the talent. Like, I don't see 2 years, but I definitely see them having the talent to maybe ride off with that team and grow into something that could contend for what you call it?
For a champ.
I personally feel like we got enough pieces to the assets that we have are enough for us to have a competitive team in 2 years. That's what I mean.
And I think our point is we hear that loud and clear, and that is a very intelligent answer. We just ask you to take one more step and expound on it and tell us which draft pieces, which of these, because we probably are missing these diamond in the roughs that you see. Which of these key assets which of these key assets that you see that we could be potentially be moving around?
Let the season play out. We still not even we're not halfway done at the season. I think Evan is still going to make himself into a valuable trade asset. I think Grimes is going to be a valuable trade asset. I think IQ is going to be a valuable trade asset. I think Obi is going to be a valuable trade asset. I think RJ is going to be a valuable trade asset. This is what I'm talking about. We have the talent and we have assets on the team to get a better team. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying these bodies are going to be the ones that bring us to the chip. I'm saying we got the talent and assets we have right now. I feel like it is enough to get us to something reputable and championship like contending in 2 years. I definitely do.
I got a question. You said RJ is a trade asset? I thought that's what I heard you say. I want to make sure.
Yeah, he said that.
Yo, everybody's a trade asset on a team that ain't a championship team. Everybody.
I don't
Everybody. Because if Randall, I love Randall. If Randall can make us better by being part of a trade that gets me somebody better than Randall, then let's get them. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
I agree.
There's nothing wrong with that. Everybody. I'm not attached to no kid. I'm not attached to no vet. I call games as I see them. If my team could trade any of these young upstarts that I love for a better team, God bless them. I wish them well. Let's go, Knicks. Let's go. Let's go. And I feel like we have talent. We have tradable talent. If it doesn't work out on our floor, we got tradable talent and we got a laundry list of assets along with the talent. Come on, man. Like we're not in like I hear cats talk and I understand it. Yes, it could go in this so super negative, everything, what you call it, way, but that is not it's just not the only door. Like there's a few doors to open, like that options. We're not locked into nothing right now. And that's a beautiful thing because you know what we've done? You know what we haven't talked about this whole season? You know what we haven't talked about? The fact that the fact that the Knicks is a dysfunctional team.
What?
Can you remember the last time that came up?
Who is it?
Why? Because that was the first hurdle that we needed to jump. And I've been said that. And we jumped it. And that was a success. Ain't nobody talking in the league about the Knicks being dysfunctional. Like, in fact, they're expecting us to win more.
Of course.
But these are the things that none of us like these are the progresses that we're not that we're not actually like really taking attention of.
Free Keith, we signed Kemba Walker. Was excited. We made him the front page. We played him the poster boy for our new uniforms, and then we benched him. You don't think the league is talking about the dysfunction, which is the league? No. What you said was the league is not talking about the dysfunction. Everybody, every former player who was over the hill and wanted the last contract all came out and hit the Twitter and said, "You can't treat Kemba Walker like that."
Yeah, but they weren't saying that, oh, the Knicks is a dysfunctional organization. Nobody's saying that. Who is saying that right now? Go find me somebody saying the Knicks is dysfunctional.
So I guess my question.
He's not a fan.
Based on what you just said, Keith, my question is this:
it's a step in the right direction.
Okay,
these are things that we needed to do in order to it's a year. But go ahead. My fault, G-Man. My fault.
No, you good, brother. You good. My only question is this: you laid out a lot of people that are trade pieces, right? So my question would be, what would be a foundational piece to where we need to build this team?
Look, personally, I see RJ and Randall as our foundational pieces, right? I'll throw in Mitch in there because I like Mitch. I see them three as our foundational pieces. Now, with that said, any one of them can go for the right deal.
Okay.
I don't care. Like, do we have a chip yet?
No.
Anybody could go.
Not
Anybody.
even close. Not even close.
Anybody could go. Tibbs, bro. Anybody could go to make my Knicks better. Anybody.
Yeah, for real.
I'm with you, brother.
Oh, I see what you're saying. And you're saying based upon that, soon people will start going. And you're optimistic that the next moves we make
That's
will
the
be
door
the
that
next.
I'm opening. That's the door that I'm picking. That's the door I'm picking.
I can ride with you on that for real because at some point,
Cats get emotional about the dudes they like oh, RJ can't go. He the hardest
The
team. I need
problem
more
is,
minutes
Keith,
from Obi. I don't care about none of them until they bring in me a chip.
Problem is, Keith, you got some gray in
agree.
that beard. You got some gray in that beard, so you live some life, my friend. And with that said, you've been a Knicks fan for a long time. We've been how long?
Front
of
jersey. Front of jersey fan. My whole life. Front of jersey.
Get hype. And all they've done for 40 years is destroy this organization.
And that's a testament to my fandom.
But
that's
your
a testament to my fandom. I tell anybody right now, if somebody told you they a Knicks fan, that person's a dedicated friend. You go ahead and hold on to that person.
Your fandom aside. Grass is not always greener on the other side, and just to keep thinking that the next person that comes through that door is gonna get us what we gotta get without it being a mature, organized, concise plan, then we'll never get there because every other team in the NBA finds a way. Well, I'm sorry, 60% of the teams in the NBA over the past 40 years have found a way to be competitive and get their team to the promised land. It is just this organization that we continue to give this blind, amazing loyalty to, where we keep getting rats, where we keep trying to make potato salad out of, you know what? I'm shutting up.
I have a question. I got you, Gia. I got a question, Keith. From last year's success, right, and miracle year, and it was a miracle in a lot of ways because none of us expected it, right? Did we go forwards, or did we go backwards?
Backward, we regress.
From the momentum that was given after we lost to the Hawks in 5 games.
We regress, and D. That's
for talent or record?
You bring up, right? That's the interesting point that you bring up is this. So last year, we exceeded all expectations of what the season would be, or what we thought the season would be. So we're here. So you have a metric in which to measure upon, right? So in the off season, after we surveyed what happened in the playoffs, we said in the off season, these are the moves we need to make in order to be successful moving forward. You have input from all aspects, right? Players, coaches, the whole gambit. What do? We as an organization, decided it was better to go out and get shooters and this and that and sacrifice defense. That was the agreement as it was reported. What the organization said that we wanted to see. This is what the New York Knicks did. We went out and signed Evan Fournier, and as a carrot, a feather in the cap, we also got Kemba Walker. But remind you how the Knicks made their bread and butter in the previous season was from a defensive standpoint. We decided we didn't want to do that no more. We want to go out and get shooters. So you go out and get Evan Fournier and Kemba Walker and bring them in. And again, I will always salute Freezy in this aspect, right? Freezy always says the most dynamic organization or entity in the New York Knicks organization is the PR department. The PR department came out and said MVP. They came out and said this is what we're gonna do. And Knicks fans was like, okay, yeah. Now, 5 games in.
That's their job.
It is, and they do it great. I ain't gonna lie, they do it great.
Oklahoma City fans aren't gonna say, "Let's tank this year." They're gonna say we're gonna have a good season.
They're not. But this is what I'm saying, guys. 5 games in, we realized that was a mistake. The move that was made in the offseason was a mistake. You legit went out and hired guys to come in and be snipers. I need you to come in. I don't care if you don't play defense. I don't care about that. I need you to come in and score the basketball. That's what I need you to do. But you can't even do that.
Hey, can we look at can we look at it from a perspective of what the question was in the response? So if we look at the word momentum means moving in one direction, right? Like one from one spot to another, right?
Whether positive or negative.
Yeah, the Knicks made the playoffs one time. So there is no momentum.
No.
Right? There is no momentum because you only made the playoffs one time. Now, if you talk about momentum, the Knicks had missed the playoffs 8 years in a row. So from year to year, they were moving in a bad direction, right? What we want to do is, and I know this is going to sound crazy, is start momentum, right? Build momentum, right? By making the playoffs again, and then again, and then again, and that is momentum. Now the happening itself, in my opinion, just one time, that's not momentum. Something happening once is not momentum. It has to be recurring.
And based on the direction where you go, you build that momentum.
Right. And so right. So but here's the thing. Based on this, so we hadn't moved in that direction yet. Like, for example, if we miss the playoffs again, is it momentum in a forward way or a backward way? One would say that we hustled backwards because we made the playoffs one time and we missed the playoffs 9 out of 10 seasons, right? But if we make the playoffs a second year in a row, people will say the momentum is now we created a culture. Now we moving in the right direction because now we moved we made the playoffs 2 years in a row. We kind of know what we're doing. If we can add a piece to what we already have, that's established it. Because RJ and Randall, if they make the playoffs, RJ and Randall are good enough pieces to get you to the playoffs. Now, what is your desire? Is your desire to keep making the playoffs, or is it to try to win a chip? And so if it's to try to win a chip with RJ and Randall, then you take all the surrounding pieces, not RJ and Randall, because they're good enough to get you to the playoffs. Now you take all the surrounding pieces, consolidate them, and get 2 or 3 guys to help them elevate themselves in the playoffs. And I know that sounds like a whole bunch of conjecture, but the thing about it is if we miss the playoffs this year, there is no playoff momentum. You made it one time, that's it. It's an outlier. It's a random occurrence.
So Freaky, to your point, what moves have been made to solidify moving in that direction at this point of what we're looking at right now?
Well, hold on. Before you even get to that, hold on. I'm not going to just let that go. Freezy, if I'm a president of basketball operations, right, and this is my first full season with the team, right, and we have a great season, right, because I think we could all agree last year was considered a great season for us, considering the expectations, right or wrong.
And considering that we missed the playoffs 8 years in a row, that's a great season.
Correct. Okay, good.
I had as a Knicks fan.
Correct. So now we got to the spot, right? And now the question is going to be begged. How are you going to build off this successful season, which is momentum? I don't care how many years you put to it. That is momentum thinking conversation. So now I have 2 options. I could say, you know what? I could build off this, right? And I see our discrepancies that were inside the roster in the play against the Hawks. I don't want to fall into that trap again. So I'll go ahead and I'll add this and I'll plug that and I'll plug that. I could do that. Or I could say, hey, you know what? Last year's assessment didn't really make me feel that we could go forward in certain ways. I think something's wrong with the foundation. Let me take a step back to take 2 steps forward. I could do that as well, right? And what I'm trying to say is that they actually chose to take a step back because of the acquisitions that were gone in free agency. It's clear as day seeing that. So now my question is that when you went backwards, right? What's the plan now? Because when you went backwards, it doesn't seem like you have a plan and you're hustling backwards now. It seems like you had a false narrative inside your head that you thought was going to come into this season, and it's not working out as it's planned.
That's a lot of stuff to unpack.
I'm just saying.
I'm not saying that.
These are the big boy conversations.
Right, agree, and that's what we want. That's exactly what we want, the big boy conversations. And when I say that's a lot to unpack, I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. What I'm saying is there were a lot of points that were laid out. Here's the thing, though. Let me start by saying, first of all, there is no such thing as one in a row. There's no such thing as one in a row. Right? But if you say there is, but if you say 8 in a row, but if you say 8 in a row,
1 in a row, I never heard that.
People can relate to that because we legit missed the playoffs 8 years in a row, and the momentum was negative momentum because our success, or what we deemed to be successful, was making the playoffs and winning the championship. Two, the theory that you hypothesized about taking a step back to take 2 steps forwards, 2 regimes during that 8-year stretch where we missed the playoffs did that. They were like, hey man, let's get rid of these vets and get some young guys so that we can build momentum towards the future.
But they didn't do it right.
But I know that's how I was gonna get D. Stop stealing my points, man. Let me.
Sorry.
Man. I already told you winning, and you want a high step too. Come on, bro. Hey, G-Man, didn't I tell him he was winning? I told him he was winning. Hey, he want a high step. Come on, bro. So,
I'm just building with you, yo. I'm not even trying to win. I swear. Go ahead.
But the 2 regimes tried that, and though they did it incorrectly, they did try it. And so what I'm getting at is not disparaging your point. What I'm getting at is just because you do it don't mean it's going to be successful, and you don't know that it's going to be a failure until they fail. That's what I'm getting at. That was my point. Right? I'm not disparaging that point because the point is good and it's duly noted, and we should put a pin in that, because that should be part of the conversation going forward when we talk about such things, right? Here's the other thing. When you get close enough, right? When you get out of the cellar and you get close enough to see the light, do you really want to take a step back in the cellar, or do you want to reach for the light? You know what I'm saying? That's one thing to think about as an organization like the Knicks. You know what I'm saying?
That's the biggest problem.
As a Knicks fan, I don't know if I want to go back in the cellar, bro. I think I want to reach towards the light. Now, this is what I mean by that. So if RJ and Julius are good enough to get you to the playoffs, I think I would prefer, and Knicks fans and Lawrence's family, hear me clearly on this, right? Because in the comment section, they be killing me. They'd be like, man, you be all over the place. Listen, what I'm saying is, if you can make the playoffs with RJ and Julius, I say go get right now, trade assets to go get a player to help them when they get to the playoffs, right? Now, where the confusion comes in for Knicks fans is this. They say, I'm for play the kids. What I'm saying is, pick a direction and go. Do you want to go back in the cellar where you had been 8 years? Or do you want to go towards the light where you can see the light at the end of the tunnel? Ultimately you want to go towards the light. Now, do you want to walk and crawl towards the light? Or do you want to go back in the dark to get a running start so you can run towards the light? Either way, you want to get towards the light, right?
Right.
Yes.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
In the basement too long, Freezy.
Yeah. We've been in the cellar too long. We all recognize that we want to get out of the cellar.
No more excuses.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying is if you're Leon Rose right now, you should be considering what young veteran that's on the verge of superstardom can I pair with Julius Randle and RJ Barrett that would be a fit, right? So Julius is 27, RJ's 21. The ideal player would be somewhere in that range of 24, 23, 24, 25, right? To bridge the gap, right? Now, can you find, what's your position of need? What's the position that you desperately know you need the most? I think we can all agree it's point guard.
Point guard, yes.
Is there a 24-year-old point guard that's on the verge of being a superstar?
I know who you're looking at
out there that you could go get.
Yo, Freezy sets up his
Colin Sexton.
Right. And with that said, do you have, because in prior years when we were in the cellar, we never had assets. We never had cap space, draft picks, valuable young players to put in the deal. So every deal we did basically took all of our assets. So if that player came and failed, we had a failed player and no assets. Now we have draft picks galore. We have young players galore.
Well, second round draft picks galore. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So now we have that. So now, and this is me just formulating a plan. And I know how people are about plans. Some people on the panel don't like a plan. They don't like structure. They don't like a direction. They, you know what I'm saying? That some people like, what's the word? Anarchy. Some people like the anarchy aspect of it. They don't predict. Like with me, I say pick a direction and go and have a plan. And this is the plan.
And stick to
it. You have
and stick to it.
Yep, and stick to it.
Because that's what make players. That's what I was going to say when I was trying to talk. That's what make superstars and good players want to come to our team, by what we grow and what we stick to. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying we can't add another key player, like Freezy's saying, but if we grow the players that we brought in, if we're going to have the same regime, it makes sense.
Our culture.
We always give away our, you know what I mean? And I wanted to say that to you, Free Keith, but I'm just like you as far as with the Knicks fan. I don't care who they get. I'm still going to be a Knicks fan. You know what I'm saying?
I like who I like. Don't get me wrong. I like RJ. I love RJ. Love Quickly. I love these cats.
Listen, that's why I brought it up, just to clarify that with you, bro, because I feel the same way. I'm just a Knicks fan. I've been a Knicks fan so long like you. I feel like now the way you explain is our history of how we always try to do it. And Freezy is saying if we try a new way in building up the youth and stick to what we drafted, like a third pick, Obi, even Randall, if you're going to get in line and make these guys better and stuff like that. Cool. I'm cool with that too. But get it together and show that before they start replacing and putting the pieces, because I believe that they wouldn't trade RJ before they would trade Randall, because RJ is a younger kid, third pick. It's a lot more things that they could see. And now, hopefully, we get a chance to see that. You know what I'm saying? But the point I'm making is, that's the part in history we have to change as an organization and a team. They don't really want to grow it. They think that they're going to bring stuff in and get lucky and then we're going to win something. Even the Raptors had a plan. You know what I mean? And they stuck to it. That's how they got lucky too. Because I'm not calling it all up, but a couple of them shots that was made had a lot of luck to do with it too.
Fred VanVleet got mighty lucky. But in order to be a champion, you have to.
Luck is part of it. Luck is part
wait,
of it.
wait. Before you go there, I want to go back to your analogy, and it was a good one.
Get back to that too.
Was that you said that basically in so many words, you don't want to be back in the cellar. You see the light, you want to take that opportunity, right? Here's my thing. My butt rather stay in the cellar than go out to that light in the polluted airwaves.
Right.
And you even said it yourself, Freezy. You said it a million times on the show. The front office is what?
Inept.
And
scared.
So now that, right, is a sign to me that the airwaves are still polluted.
Y'all about to make my man Free Keith go crazy.
Right.
I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable now. Like, I understand how, I see fans blow up and get mad after we win games. There's nothing that, cats is out here really like we've been losing so long that dudes is real. It's sport, the black and white of everything is to win. It's sport. It's sport, bro.
But, I don't even understand that. Let me tell you how you can win the chip, bro, with RJ and Julius. I'm gonna tell you, Free Keith.
Yo,
on
GI,
national
yo,
TV,
I know you have to feel me, bro. Like, you understand this wave is crazy.
That ain't even, bro. What I'm saying is this: you have the assets, the money, the draft capital to go get the guy that you've been chasing for 50 years.
Who's the guy?
The window is open for you to do it. Right now, you have to pull the trigger on this thing in order to give this guy enough time to gel with Randall and RJ. Just because you get a guy on trade deadline day don't mean they're gonna have chemistry by the time the playoffs start. You got to do it as soon as possible. And no disrespect to G-Man and others, right? But you got to be willing to part with pieces that you like Obi Toppin, like Emmanuel Quickly, like Quentin Grimes. Right, but you gotta be. What do you want to do? I heard somebody say they root for the name on the front of the jersey, right? So if you rooting for the name on the front of the jersey, I'm just going to use the easiest example, De'Aaron Fox, right? This is the easiest example.
That's exactly what you were gonna use anyway.
But because it's the easiest fit. They got a surplus of point guards. Right, they need draft picks because ain't nobody going there, right? The dude already throws shade at the Knicks every opportunity he get. They lose to the Warriors. He shade the Knicks. What does that mean? He got that jealous love. He want to be out of there, and he letting people know where he want to be at.
Yeah.
Right. So you trade De'Aaron Fox for a decent package. If you got to overpay, so what? If you got to give him Obi. You know, if they're like, yo, I understand all that stuff that you offered and it's a good offer, but you got to give me Obi too. We got to say, c'est la vie, bro. Right? Because we solve multiple issues at once. You turn your team into a playoff contender. You solve your point guard problem. You get another young piece in your core that's on a manageable contract, right? You don't give away. Is he? 24.
24. Oh,
24.
24. Oh, that's the 24-year-old guy you was talking about. Got you.
Oh, Free Keith, you ain't.
That's what I was saying, Keith.
But what I'm saying is, and then you know what that does? It sends a big strong dude like Uncle Freezy down in the cellar to reach out his hand to D. You know what I'm saying? Because D don't want to come. Because D like, yo, I don't want to go out there if it's crazy. Y'all know how I get when stuff get crazy. Y'all know how I get when stuff get crazy. I'm like, D, calm down, bro. It ain't gonna be as bad.
I am calm.
You and I'll be like, D, listen, you don't have to fight this fight by yourself. We can fight this fight together. I reach my hand out to D, pull D up. Now we out here, and if things get crazy, guess what? You got De'Aaron Fox, you got RJ Barrett, you got Julius Randle.
I got you. And in your hypothesis, right?
Right.
This is the front office. This is the front office making these moves, right?
I know where you're going with that.
Yeah, you damn right. So now you have just said that they are, and I'll even take it a step further from inept. They practice ineptitude based on the moves that have been made. And you said their crown jewel so far has been the Derrick Rose trade, which you and me had agreed that a monkey chilling with Aladdin on a street corner could have made that deal.
Right.
Yes.
With a blindfold on. With a blindfold on.
Right.
Really?
Yep.
DSJ in a first?
No, DSJ in a second.
And not even a first. DSJ in a second? Like a monkey could have made that deal. Come on, they could have definitely squeezed more. They could have squeezed more value out that deal. They could have squeezed more value out that deal. They got DSJ. They got DSJ in a second. Derrick should feel disrespected.
But at that time, Free Keith, Derrick Rose was barely playing. And he was injured a lot.
But his production alone was DSJ and what's DSJ even doing today?
Here's the point, Free Keith. If Detroit put that up on the table, anybody on the planet Earth takes that.
You know what it is? When somebody hates somebody else, what it is like you can't give him or them any kind of credit. That was a good deal. Give them the credit, bro. Just give them the credit. I know it burns you to your soul. But it was a good deal.
I don't
if the Pistons say I have Derrick Rose on the market, right?
They didn't. What said was, hey, I'll take your DSJ bum ass and a second, and we'll give you D Rose. Come on.
Right. So anybody on this panel would take that.
It was a good deal, bro.
But
just
dude,
say it was a
I
good
don't
deal. It's
understand this guy.
okay. It's okay. That don't mean everything else was good or this, that, but it was a good deal.
Yo, but
I just said it was the crown jewel. Like,
right.
I look, man, I don't get it, bro.
You said any monkey on the street can make. Stop it.
Yes.
Anybody could have done it.
Yes, anybody could have made that. Keith, just because you're loud and you overtalk doesn't mean anything, bro. Okay, we're trying to speak sense here, and we're just saying that anybody would have made that deal.
Free Keith worked for the front office. Yeah,
you don't know, but do you know which way the deal was initiated? What do you mean anybody would take that deal?
but
yo, can I say something? PSA. You can see Free Keith every Wednesday at 7:30 on the Knicks Freestyle, baby. This passion, this energy is in the building.
Let's go.
Hi, my name is the Ghetto Intellect. I am the co-star of the Knicks Freestyle on the Blonde Tears Network. Please come check us out. You'll see me and Free Keith and Freezy, Uncle Freezy, interacting with one another, bringing you hot topics, our amazing takes, but more importantly, smash that like button, subscribe to the Blonde Tears Network, and more importantly, share all across your social media networks. Don't miss us. We'll check in with you next time.
Bye. Yeah.
Hey, but to the point that I was going to say about the DSJ thing, in real time, the Pistons were down to 0 point guards, and they wanted Derrick Rose to start. Derrick Rose didn't want to play for the Pistons. He wanted to get it out. He forced a trade, and the most likely candidate would have been.
What would have been any? What? You think that they couldn't have gotten somebody a little bit better than DSJ?
Yeah, they may have, but
somebody else? From somebody else? Come on, bro. Like it wasn't like DSJ was the only option out there, and Derrick Rose wasn't a bum. Like you definitely could have gotten a better deal for you definitely could have gotten a better deal for Derrick Rose, bro. It was a good deal.
They could have got a better deal.
Every other deal could have been horribly black. It was a good deal, orchestrated well, and you don't know who initiated it.
Are we saying the same thing?
No.
Okay, I'm just confused. That's why I'm just...
Go ahead, Sam.
So anyway, back to you, Freezy. So now you're putting your hopes on these moves being made, right? And the right pieces going forward and the right draft capital in order to be made in order to make a formidable win now team, right? Because that's what you're asking for, right?
Right, but that wasn't the only move.
Well, I'm just basing it off what you're talking about. Okay. So I didn't know what else you had in your back pocket.
Yeah,
so, go ahead.
So what I was getting at is if you believe that Julius Randle and RJ Barrett are good enough to carry a regular season team to the playoffs, right to the first round of the playoffs, if you believe keeping them two together,
that's not proven to me yet, though.
No, but listen to what I'm saying. I said, if you believe, that's what I'm saying. Because like what I mentioned before, there's no such thing as one in a row. So what I'm saying is if you believe that Julius and RJ can get you to the playoffs, right? And you think, and you believe that if you get them help in the short term, that they can do something special in the playoffs, you have the assets right now. You don't want to let those assets rot on the vine. See, you remember Danny Ainge let assets rot on the vine. That's why he ain't in Boston no more. You remember all the first round picks Danny Ainge used to have every year?
Yeah.
It got to a point where
he stashed too long, correct.
Yeah. And so if you're the Knicks, do you start to stash too long? Or do you take advantage of the moment?
We have second round picks for a long time now.
Yeah. And so the thing is over the next 3 years, when the Knicks pick, I think like 17 times, you can only carry 15 people on your roster, bro. you know what I'm saying? So
Freezy, so do you believe that the front office will make these moves?
No.
I don't think so.
So why are we talking then?
Freezy needs to be the GM to do that, not our front office.
the most important thing that I have with that is I like the move. I think RJ, you got RJ and Randall in the house now. You can't just keep saying, okay, get Fournier looks. He's only here for 3 more years, but get him looks. He ain't part of your championship team, but he's complaining, get him looks. That's the part. The Fournier complaining and getting more looks and getting more shots is the part that let me know I don't know what the heck's going on.
That's baloney.
But the fact of the matter is, De'Aaron Fox gives me what I need, but that's only if RJ's not giving it to me. I don't know if I could. If RJ and Randall, because the players that you want to bring in should complement this movement that you're starting tonight with RJ and Randall. That you started last night. This is your movement, and your pieces have to complement them. I don't believe Fox is the player. I believe a point guard who's competent, who get the ball in the places it needs to get, but can shoot open jumpers. Because there's going to be a lot of open shot opportunities when RJ is pulling everybody to the hole.
Yeah.
Right, and Randall attracted the defense as well. So, Freezy, I mean, all that to say that you don't believe that the front office could acquire a talent like De'Aaron Fox, pulling the right strings with the Detroit proposal. So, what are we doing here, bro?
You got a super chat, Freezy.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah.
So. Okay. So I believe somebody has to step up in the front office. Right. Let me do the super chat real quick. So Paris Duggar says, thank you. Hey, Paris Duggar, thank you for the. Hey, Paris Duggar, did you email me yet? You're supposed to email me, man. You're supposed to send me your info so we can link up. So Paris Duggar says, Sacramento sucks with talent we dream to have. Shaking my head. Yep. He right. And so what I'm saying is this: I don't think the front office. I don't think there is a leader in the front office, right? I don't think there is a guy that says, no, stop pinching pennies and go get talent, right? Because you could pinch all the pennies you want, but if you have nothing to spend the pennies on, what's the point? Go get talent. Let me tell you about no Evan Fournier, no Kemba Walker. That's not talent. That's not transitional talent that's going to get you over the hump. That's regular season, win a few games. It's a nice story talent. If you're the Knicks and you want to get out of the cellar, if you want to, bro, teams have zoomed by us in our own division. We watched the Toronto Raptors in the same time frame that we talk about, zoom by us. Philadelphia, in the fourth quarter, they be up by 7. They start clapping and doing their chant, trust the process, to remind the team that they're supposed to be tanking. And you know what they did? They zoomed by us. They went from trust the process to a second round exit every year. Meanwhile, the Knicks were in the cellar. The Celtics grabbed Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown out of the draft, the same lotteries we were in. Right. And now they're a second round playoff exit team, a first round, they're a playoff team. Right. And we like, no, I want to pinch these pennies. You ain't never seen a success. Even in business, pinching pennies don't win. Talent wins in every aspect of what you do. Talent. That's why people have headhunters and recruiting firms, not so that they can pinch pennies. And this is no shade at GI who pinches and count pennies very well. GI is excellent at what he does, right? But talent wins. Talent, you got to have it. You got to constantly be in the search for it. That's why GMs and team presidents always use buzzwords like, we're in talent acquisition mode. You know what I'm saying? They always use these buzzwords and terms to let people know that at the end of the day, you've got to have talent.
So now let me veggie back with you real quick, because I want to go back to the origin of the conversation. The origin of the conversation was based on a question. And the question was that based on last year's momentum, however you wanted to find momentum, Freezy, you're all well to it. Right? Based on that energy that we set and to move forward with or to move backwards with, did we do a good job of the impotence in which you're setting right now? Yes or no?
No, of course not.
Good. So now understand why I say that there's something wrong with the foundation now. Because you're going backwards. So now, did you go backwards to go forwards, or did you go backwards because you think you're going forwards, but you're actually going more steps backwards?
But you, yeah, I feel you.
So that's where we're at, and now that's yet to be determined, right? Because you're right, man. Who knows? We could go on a 5-6 game win streak, and all of a sudden the narrative completely changes.
Right.
Julius is playing all-star basketball again. RJ looks like an ascending all-star.
Yeah.
And he's put together 5 or 6 games. This can happen. But let me ask you a question. Besides from the Indiana Pacer game from the other night, and seeing how the first, how many games we played? 28, 29 games, right? Have gone. Are you truly optimistic that that's going to happen by this week or next week or the week after?
So I'm the outlier. I believe Julius Randle's a superstar, right? I believe RJ Barrett is on the verge of becoming the star that we expected him to be, right? Let me say this. And so this is to the scenario that we posed to Free Keith, right? So Free Keith, this is how we get to a second round team, borderline Eastern Conference Finals. In that trade for De'Aaron Fox, we also asked for Harrison Barnes, right?
Yes.
And so now you get a point guard and GI's 6'8", 6'9" wing.
Look at GI.
Defend,
GI's like, yeah.
Right. Now, with that said, you may have to give up your bigs. You may have to give up Mitch, Nerlens, Taj, somebody, whatever. And my belief in today's NBA is you don't have to have a dominant center to win.
No.
But if you get Harrison Barnes, RJ Barrett, here's your backcourt, right? De'Aaron Fox, RJ Barrett. At your forward, you have Harrison Barnes and Julius Randle.
Ooh.
Right? Now, when the playoffs come, you have a dude that can match up against Kevin Durant, James Harden, and Kyrie. You have dudes that can match up against Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. You have dudes that can guard Spencer Dinwiddie and Bradley Beal. Right? You have dudes that can guard Giannis. And I'm not saying stopping them. Listen, hear me out. I never said the word stop them. I said guard them. You have dudes that can guard Giannis and Chris Middleton. Right? You have dudes that can guard Pascal Siakam and OG Anunoby. Because in previous years, we've only had one dude to guard 3 people. In this scenario, you have 3 dudes to guard 2 people and rotate and wear down offensive players as opposed to offensive players wearing down our best wing defender.
And by the way, to support you, Freezy, the better support you. In order to do this and keep this team together long term, you have to make this third potential all-star or all-star to this team ASAP, because you have to do it before RJ's payday is up. That way you can use RJ's bird rights to go above the salary cap and make Dolan pay some luxury tax to back to the Michael Jordan.
Right. Yep. Right. And at the same time, you want to get the fellas together as soon as possible so that they can develop chemistry. Because you've seen what a lack of chemistry does to a team when you watch Kemba and Evan Fournier.
Yeah.
I think a point guard is important in that situation, Freezy. To bring a little leadership from the point guard position would be key.
Right. Right.
I just have to continue to, while I love Freezy's idea, I just have to vehemently be against Fox, because then I just learned out he's left-handed. I just learned out. Yo, AD.
And then they'll reinvest.
I just AD. Can you mute it?
I couldn't. I was trying to mute him. I couldn't even mute him. He must have an anti-mute button.
And then De'Aaron Fox is a left-handed player too. I'm not sure we're ready for 3 left-handed players in the 5-man rotation.
He's a lefty. Wow.
We need to be ready for something, and that needs to be an upgrade regardless.
But do we have the management in place to do something? Leon Rose, I don't know. I don't trust that guy at all.
Yeah.
No trust, Freezy. I'd rather you take over, Freezy. I trust you way before.
I think what the issue is that one of those same things that we appreciated in the beginning is what's causing a lot of the problem now. It's like when they came in, we realized that they're not talking. And like Cats was like, yeah, that's good. Like, you know what I'm saying? They ain't talking to nobody. They're not saying nothing that's on their bird. There's no communication. Now, I think like a lot of this stuff is stemming from like Cats wanting to hear what they, you know what I'm saying, what their plan is. Like, I need to hear something now. Now Cats is mad that they're not saying nothing.
Yeah.
But like, I still say that that's the strength of the organization. I should say the strength of what it is that they're doing or not doing is that we don't know. Like last season, and Cats, I bring this up every like kind of occasionally, but like last season, Worldwide West almost got fined by the NBA for tampering
with Bradley Beal.
Like, he was trying to pull back Bradley Beal. Like that was low. Nobody ain't saying nothing about. But that let me know that stuff is going on in the background that I don't know about.
Yeah, but that's
like,
nonsense. That's noise though. Because Bradley Beal
if you get the fines level, it's not noise. It's noise, bro.
It's noise from the business perspective because Bradley Beal has a contract. So the only way you could
He was trying to get him to request a trade, bro. He was trying to get him to. That's what the tampering. That's what he almost got fined for.
But he can request a trade all he wants. There's nothing guaranteeing that he's going to get traded to New York.
Okay, no. These are facts.
Right.
But let me tell you this though. But the fact that you're doing it,
you're right. But I need him talking. I need him talking to some of those free agents that was out there this year.
That's my point. That's my larger point.
But keep
that's my larger point. You don't know.
We don't have to pontificate. I do know. Keep
talking to somebody don't mean it's going to happen.
We just went through
talking to someone does not mean it's going to happen, brother.
Fair. What you're doing is not fair, homie.
What are you talking about?
AD, we got Knicks
like we do these trade machine joints. Like yo, are those guys even up for trade? Are they even up for trade, bro?
Right, but to the point
like,
though,
they
Worldwide
didn't do this. They didn't do that. Could they do that? You don't know who they talked to and said no.
That after a game on the court in front of press. Right, you know he did that after a game on the court in front of press is what that idiot did, right? So between him and Steve Stout, bro, I think the front office, bro. Worldwide West was talking to Bradley Beal about requesting a trade after a game in front of the press.
It's a dumb move.
So between him and Steve Stout and Leon Rose. You like, what in the world do we have when Uncle Freezy call him inept? People are like, yo, how are you going to say that, Uncle Freezy? You can't call him inept. Bro, I heard what Steve Stout said on ESPN.
Worldwide West is no different than what the Knicks have been doing, bringing in wise.
What is he?
Let me get this, Sam. I'm sorry, because I want to be able to get it in before Keith cuts me off.
That's right.
Because Worldwide West is typical, more Knicks typical fodder. Keith is, listen, this is the guy at some point in time who was talking to players and whispering to free agents and then they ended up somewhere and he was like, man, this Worldwide West has got his hands on the trigger. But then once we hired him, he's out here on the court saying, yo, why you not returning my calls? I'm trying to get you to do what I need you to do, because if he had the man's number, he wouldn't be talking to him on the court. So now we're getting these guys that used to be now telling Dolan what they can get done. If he's a free agent whisperer and he's been getting paid for us for 2 years, then why he ain't whisper nobody in that front, all them free agents that hit that would have helped us be a better team? Why ain't none of them whisper right in this front door?
Right. No,
because they still got to look out for their situations too, bro. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you guys act like all this stuff is point and shoot. Like, yeah, I might know you, but that don't mean that you're gonna pick my situation over a better situation. Like that's like
So
all these
hold on,
trades we're
Freaky.
making. Like do these
Yo,
other
Freaky.
teams want to trade these people? Like these like that Leon didn't do. Like did those free agents? Do we know they didn't talk to those free agents? And them free agents was like, nah, I'm not coming to the Knicks. Like y'all kind of still dysfunctional. I don't trust y'all.
Didn't we
Like
bring him here for that, Freaky? Didn't we bring Leon Rose here because of his relationship?
That's his forte.
But it's a matter of time. Like, how do you know how long something takes? Like Phil Jackson is a respected basketball mind. Respected. He couldn't pull nobody here, bro. It takes time.
Yeah, but you can't use somebody else's example for who we have in the office now.
Yeah,
bro.
I think.
And we're mad at what they're not saying, but we don't know what's going on because of that. Like because we don't know what they're saying, because they're not talking to us. The assumption is nothing's going on.
No, I'm not saying that you can't say that. I'm saying we going off what they did for us, what they did so far, bro.
And
they brought in.
Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? That we assume something that makes sense. If they were talking and communicating to their fans, no one would have to assume.
Or if they made a move, that we wouldn't be here having a conversation.
See, all of y'all waiting for y'all moves, but none of y'all know what their plan is because they're not talking.
How
to
long
y'all.
they been in office for? Let's go on that.
You
point.
know
What did they do? What did they do? How long do you have to make a move? If we bring you, we hire you. How long do you have to sit and not make a move if we bring you in because of your connections? Right. And you bring us Kemba Walker, Fournier. Come on, bro.
Hey, I feel like he's not like to the fans. Like you think that he brought in to get you a star or to get you what you call it? Like
yes.
He was brought in to get you results in terms of wins. Like that first season, and he walked away, and they walked away with that being in the playoffs after not being in 8 years. That bought him some time. That bought him some time.
And this is a stupid.
That bought him some time, gangster.
And this is a superstar league.
I understand
and this is a superstar league. And this is a
results, bro. Like y'all just don't know.
Superstar,
want
and this is a
results.
superstar league. And this is a superstar league. The East teams from first 1 to 6 have some of the best players in the NBA. If you mean to tell me that these guys think they're gonna get results by not having some of the best talent in the league, I'm telling you, this is going to end very badly. And I don't have to argue and scream with you.
I agree with you.
I just got hanging around.
I agree with you. Where I disagree, I agree with you that we need the talent. Where I disagree is that like it's not attainable, or is it there's not anything being worked on, or this, that, and the other, because we don't hear about it. That's what I'm saying. Like y'all acting like what we have today is just it, and it's like, oh, they not gonna do anything. They ain't do. I don't know that. I don't know that, because literally everything you hear is rumor and hearsay. Nothing you hear is from the leaks from the front office. Nothing.
I think people are just scarred from past.
This is all like we don't know what they working on or not working on.
Yeah. I know what they did so far.
Okay, I feel you. Okay, you don't like what they did so far. To me, their tenure ain't over, so it ain't over. They got me to the playoffs. They got me to the playoffs, and I appreciate that, because I ain't see the playoffs in 8 years. So like I'm giving them time to see what else they could do.
But Free Keith, so first of all, Leon Rose did not make the playoffs in his first year. Missed it. We were in the delete 8 in his first year. Remember, he took over in February. February 2019.
I'm giving him. I'm not giving him that year. I'm giving him his first full year.
But his contract.
Don't do that. You point shaving. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Come on, bro. You put in win.
The man's first year where he had control from point A to point B was the next year. Come on, don't do that.
That was your main point. We got to do that. You said he said he got you to the playoffs. That was your main point.
Okay. Then in a year and 2 months, he got me to the playoffs. So it was still 8 years we haven't been there.
Right.
And the first obstacle he had to deal with was a pandemic that no one foresaw, So
the first obstacle he had to deal with was telling Dolan to back off.
Cully, you're right. Just 2020. I'm sorry. But yeah, so February of 2022 will be their third year. Will be going to be the beginning of their third year. So Paris Duggan, thank you for the super chat. Paris Duggan says we got to play our best defense grounds and McBride. We don't score anyway. We got to win with defense and in transition and a RJ Randall led offense.
Pandemic didn't help them at all. Like how? If Obi, they didn't get to see any of the college guys go through their college drills or anything like that. They had no off season for a first time. Like, how was that aiding them? How did that aid them?
Well, it aided them in the sense that they actually had the fortune of not having a lot of guys out due to safety and protocol, and a lot of the matchups that they had throughout the year, a lot of those guys were out.
But as an owner and GM, like, is that a good year? Like, is that good for your first time?
Yeah, like that's you still count that. You asking two different questions. You asking two different questions. You said how did it help them, and then you asking about the GM. That's two different questions,
I'm saying it didn't help the organization. I mean, the player sees the opportunity. But
you said the playoffs helped his job. You agree with the playoff helping his position. That's what you agree with over there. I heard you.
Tibbs made less talent be a fourth seed. Okay, he made Reggie Bullock look like.
But we wasn't even just talking about Tibbs, Key. We were just talking about Rose. We wasn't even talking about Tibbs, Key.
I said Rose. I said the front office did not have this luxury of the pandemic wasn't a luxury to them. I don't think so.
Keyshawn, I know what you're getting at. And what my answer to your question would be that this was the year to make me see whether that was a fluke or not. And to see if these guys were really on point with the roster construction and the moves they were making within a free agency and the draft picks and stuff of that nature. And so far, I'm not convinced.
Here's what's factual. This is factual and evaluated. The season started this year, and the Knicks sold tickets. The stadium opened back up to full. The place was amazing on the first night. In fact, the first night scared me a little bit. I was like, here we go. We make 1/4 seed. The stadium opened up, and here come every Mary and Joe and Paul and Joseph trying to sit on the sidelines and get jiggy. Everybody ready to get jiggy again. The watches is out. The sneakers is out. Here we go. Here we go. We ain't won nothing. We got more jewelry on the sidelines than we got hanging in the rafters. But that's
New York, though. You know how it is, don't you?
Yeah, gangster. Yeah, gangster. Yeah, gangster.
That's New York.
And then we went through a 10-game stretch. All those people went and bought those fancy seats and came to the Garden, and we ain't win a game. 10 games.
10 games?
10 home games we lost or something like that. 10 straight home games.
Hold on, G.
Hold on, G.
Give me half a second.
Let you go first. Go ahead. Go first.
Half a second. Give me half a second. Breaking news. The NBA is tapping Worldwide West's phone lines because he is tampering with Bradley Beal and everybody else. That was such a lame argument for such intelligent basketball mind. Can you stop it? The man is collecting free money. Free
money.
Out. Stop it.
Free money.
All right, no. Now you can't take me off. Hold on. Whatever. That's because you were doing whatever that was selfish, AD. But you're a big time name on this network. You get to get that.
But you ain't gonna let me.
Hold on, gangster.
Yo, he attacked me. He attacked me. I can't.
Oh, come on.
Go ahead, Gi. Go ahead. I'll wait. I'll hold it. Go ahead, Bumpo. Go ahead, Gi.
Oh, Freaky about to spray the block.
We get 40.
Here we go.
I'll hold it.
The GM gets 40 games. Home game. To show his loyal supporters $5,000 sideline seats a game to show him the product, what he's selling. In 10 of those games, we look like absolute trash based upon you cannot tell me he then feels good going home at night saying, well, yeah, I'm just okay. It's just part of the process. That's garbage. Keith. And he's not happy. You can make it seem like all is cool.
Yeah, but I'm not saying there is not every season has trash parts of it or up and down parts of it. This not even halfway done. I definitely would just look at this as like, yo, like they're having a rocky portion of this season because they were actually doing better. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, act like yo, it's not like 10 games left to the rest of the season. The season's not halfway even done.
Again, a quarter, 25% of what those people paid a lot of money for. The GM
I feel you. They start losing games. You know what I'm saying?
You go to your job and give out 75% effort.
I'm sure.
Because even if they play amazing from here on out,
horrible.
they can only give me 75%. They can't make it up.
It was horrible.
And that's because you moved RJ, who had his greatest year at 2. He finally figured out. You said, nope, go to 3. You brought in Evan Fournier in here, and you said, you're going to be my top free agent, and he looks like straight doo-doo. You don't get to make those decisions, making the money you make, and say, all right, that's cool. Be patient. Chill out. I ain't talking to you. You don't need to know right now. And if I ain't talking to you, just be a fan and shut up. Keep what you're offering me.
He ain't saying that. I ain't saying that. He didn't say that.
Thank you, Freezy.
I'm saying that. When did he tell you a fan? Shut up. He ain't even talk to you to say that. I'm saying that. It doesn't matter to them, and I'm glad. Like, let them work out what they need to work out, free of fan and media input. If it's gonna be bad, then it's all on them. If it turns out good, then it's all on them. Because what we don't mention is that from administration to administration, what will happen is the fan voice would raise about some stupid issue. The media will make it 10 times bigger, and we'll get whatever it is that we was clamoring for. Oh, coach will get fired, GM will get fired. Our voice was too loud.
The blessing for me is I speak. Freezy sends me text messages. He says, yo, bro, you got to be great. Right? So when I get up here, I speak like I'm 22 years old. The Knicks are the most important thing to me. I'm 18 years old. I don't have a lot of responsibilities in life, so I speak a sense of urgency, right? I'm 50 years old. I can't wait till June get here. I can't wait to see what Rose is going to do. Leon Rose. Worldwide West. I'm gonna give him past the trading deadline. I'm not even expecting much this trading deadline. This offseason, he gonna have a uncomfortable conversation with Dolan. And my owner of this team, who I ride with regardless, if he don't like what he hear when you walk out his office, before you get back to your office, you fired.
We need Mark Cuban as the owner of this team. He would do things much different than this guy.
You can't. Don't do that, though. Don't do that.
Dolan ain't it, though, but it is what it is.
He's just getting people
y'all frustrated, and I dig it. I dig it.
Yo, Sim, I think that's Sim.
You got a super chat.
Okay. All right. Yo, look who it is. Nothing but Knicks. Thank you for the generous contribution. So my man Sim says, much love to the big homie Uncle Freezy. Much love to the GOAT and the spark of Knicks universe and mentor to Knicks content creators everywhere. Sam Russell. What's good, bro? Glad to see my man. Glad to see my man in the chat, man. Yeah, man. That's dope.
Yo, Freeze, you ever hear from Hoodie Kev? What happened to Hoodie Kev?
He on the milk carton, bro. I don't even talk. I was calling his number.
Yo.
Yeah.
I thought it's a flag on the play.
Yeah, that was odd. That was random.
Let's move right on.
Yeah, but yo, I'm more concerned about what's up with Danny Landis. That's what I'm concerned about.
Thank you, Freezy.
Yeah, man.
You guys are all the best. All you guys are great.
You're the homie, Danny.
Love you, D.
You guys are the best.
No, D, and I'm gonna be honest. This helps me get through my day too. You won't believe it. Don't look like it, but I'm sitting here working, I ain't working hard under this pandemic, but I'm darn on sure getting paid like you, brother. But so, God bless, man. American capitalist society.
Keith, you and GI show on Wednesdays, the bomb.
Thank you, my
The
brother.
bomb.
Thank you, my guy.
I try to watch you guys the whole time, but my son grabs my phone because he wants to play with his games on my phone, so I get cut off. But
yeah,
big ups to both of you. You guys are great. Thank you.
Appreciate you, my guy.
When Keith lets me speak, I have to get segments in order to get.
No, come on, man, stop it. Stop it. Now you got see what I'm saying?
Hey, but so Free Keith, you understand what I'm saying, bro, about you about having the assets. You got the money, you got cash, you got crypto, you got credit cards, you got a checkbook, you got all these things to spend, right? You even got wire transfer at your disposal. You know what it is that you need to pay for. Why are you not shopping? And what you're saying is, how do we know that we're not shopping? They're just not telling us that they're shopping or not shopping.
And it takes two sides.
Because we don't have receipts. When you make a purchase, you get a receipt in return. And
it's two sides. It's two sides to that purchase agreement, yo. Like a lot of this stuff, y'all, we just speculating like it's for sale. We don't know it's for sale.
Right. So for you to say that we don't know and use that as an argument as to saying that we might be moving forward the right direction, I could throw it back at you and say, but you don't know either. So then we're only basing off what we're seeing.
I'm not calling your postulation wrong. And I think maybe this is where your great divide is. I'm not calling your postulation wrong. It's just I hear all of y'all on the same wave, and I'm just providing a different wave. Like it doesn't, none of that is definite. Like it does not mean that. Like it could very well mean this. That's what I'm saying.
No, Free Keith, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. I understand where you're coming from.
Because
I looked
at
it as if you're offering a different perspective. That's the way I see it.
Which is I just go by example. The Raptors, they fired their coach, they brought in a player. It was moves that was being made in that direction. And when we say what we're saying, it's not no moves in the direction. Even how they are, building up our players. That's a lot of the people's problem. Developing our players, if we're not winning right now, that's the point we make more or less. And changing the way the team has just traded away their picks and who they brought to the team and trying to get a championship that way is my point in saying we need to do it a different way. And that was more to your point in reference to when you say don't really worry. We always been like that as Knicks fans. Are we going to get somebody? Then we never do. That's what we're going on more or less. Not just on right now, on the real history. We can't blame Leon Rose for that. But this is why fans and people they can't rush the man, but you got to show something within all this time and opportunity you have had. And when you mentioned he was talking to Bill and that stuff isn't good. So we have more signs of things that he did not right than good. That's the comparison of why we say a lot of things aren't going in a good direction. Because when we look at teams that win, they building a team way different than we are. When you look at even Phoenix, look at how they did it. Look at all the teams. Milwaukee, they stuck with their players. Different things that we don't do. That's the point that I'm making, and a lot of people I think are making. It's not that nobody's pushing the same narrative. People with
80% of the team is the same team from last season.
Yeah, but last season was last season.
Yeah. But
is it going to be a fourth seed again?
But that to me is like, oh, you're building on something, or like no, like
yeah. But Free Keith, you got to understand, if we have a good team, bro, and we do good, and you can move one piece, and it's showing now, because you don't know what one player can really bring to that team to help you win, and that was the Fournier piece. That was the Fournier piece. I could hear they said run it back with the same team, and just improve at point guard where we know we lack that with Peyton, but no. They wanted
to increase the 3-point shooting.
That too. That's another great point you can make. But those are real things that you see. That's a good point to the argument that we're making. We're not seeing nothing that's helping us go in a direction of solving the main problem. Playoffs and past the first round, eventually chip. A player could do that. You see what I mean? When you see what RJ doing and he could do that on a regular basis and you building them up right, and then you get a couple pieces like you said, if Randall is there or not, Randall's older, so I look at that a little different, right? A lot of people are fans of his more than me, which I don't have nothing against him, but that was part of our main problem from switching directions so fast the way that we did because of Randall. You know what I mean? And give him his credit, because if you could do that to make a team switch direction, then you deserve credit for that. Because we didn't know we was making the 4th seed. He deserves credit for that. You know what I mean? But that was then. And like D said, this is New York, bro. You got to be able to do it more than once for people to even say, this is what we are to build off of. You know what I mean? We didn't take the ball out of his hands or anything. We didn't bring nobody in here to take the number 1 option from him. You know, and that's why people try to like go right to the point of it, is that it starts with your leader. And I hear people say, oh, what about this? What about this person? The leader is supposed to do him and make the players around him play better. It's up to the team, if they don't make the shots when he gives them the ball, to put better people on the floor with him. And they failed on that. And I think the whole part of just wanting to do the same thing that was not easy to do, but it was out of the blue. You know, it wasn't a lot of scouting reports. It wasn't a lot of reasons why we was there. It wasn't no. It was a lot of reasons why people could say, you know, it wasn't a solid foundation on what we did. It was out of the blue.
Hey, so let me touch on let me thank Justin Smith first. Hey, Justin Smith, thank you for becoming a member. We're gonna try to put doper content out. My project next week is to wrangle up some of the guys so that we can shoot shorts and put videos out for the members, so you won't have to worry about seeing my ugly mug all the time. Maybe it'll be a mix. And so also thank you, D'Angelo, for your generous contribution in the video panel and out here in the streets. D'Angelo says, I hope you have enough rose-colored glasses for the rest of us. Free Keith. Man, that was unfair. Wow.
Oh. Yeah. Look. Let me do. You attacking my optimism?
No, let me do the last one. So Johnny Davis, thank you for this. Yeah, Johnny Davis, thank you for the generous contribution. He says, "Good talk, panel is dope. Go Knicks." Yeah, man, that was unfair.
Appreciate that, John.
Hey, Free Keith, let me say this just real quick, and then I'll
can't take optimism, yo. I'm mad. I'm sorry. My apologies, you sour.
Hey, so let me do this real quick.
Yeah, people like
my man D. So we call him D is balling, man, but he's really. I mean, I guess he is D is balling, but D Poetic has a channel, Why Whirl of Hoops.
Oh,
make sure y'all go subscribe to the channel. He's gonna be doing he's gonna be doing the breakdown stuff that we like to do here. I just don't have time to do it. So he got his own channel separate from this. We'll be having the same type conversation and breakdown of film and such, so that the average and casual fan can actually see why the front office, Thibodeau, Randall, RJ do the things that they do, because we'll have video evidence for you to break it down and look at. So man, make sure I have it pinned. You know what I'm saying? Go to his channel, subscribe, like his videos, right? Make sure you comment everything. Because it's not really extension. This is his, but I consider it an extension because I'll be over there to supporting as much as I can.
What's the channel?
Drop that in the chat.
It's pinned.
Drop that in the chat.
It's pinned in the chat already.
All right.
Yeah, just look at the thing that's pinned. Click on it. Go to it. Click on the subscribe button. Turn the notification bell on. Smash like buttons and all that stuff to support. Because what we'll probably do is run, and this is him now, not me. But what we'll do here is do this thing that we're doing right now.
Freezy, you affiliated. Stop it.
Now, let me finish, bro. So what we do is these talks right here, like everybody jumping on Free Keith. We probably have just stuff like this. You know what I'm saying? Every day.
Come at the kid.
Right, because he ain't scared, bro. What I noticed is Free Keith don't back down from nobody. This is like 8 years strong of me watching this dude.
That's because he got GI sharpen him every Wednesday at 7:30 on the Knicks Freestyle on the Blanche Tears Network.
And go back and watch the old episode. Go back and watch the older episodes of Knicks Freestyle. Because some of the stuff that these dudes were saying back then, like the first time you heard the word soft tank was on
real
Knicks
rap,
Freestyle.
real rap.
Was on Knicks Freestyle. So make sure y'all go back and check out the old episodes. Comment in the comment section.
It's definitely making its rounds now, though.
Yeah, man. And we get comments. I mean, we get compliments about it all the time. But listen, this is what I want to say to the Blanche Tears fam. Don't compliment me. Y'all see these dudes on social media. Go compliment them. You know what I'm saying? Give them their flowers. You're like, yo, Uncle Freezy, that Knicks Freestyle joint is dope. And I'm like, thank you, because I'll do absolutely nothing and get all the credit. Give these dudes the credit for being dope. Give these dudes credit for being dope. Check them out on social media. I think one dude is the Intellect Ghetto on Twitter, and the other dude is something about bring all the smoke, Free Keith, something.
At Free Keith, bro. Like that's it. Don't even don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm just saying, man. So listen, I want to throw a live grenade in the room and move out of the way so I can eat some breakfast. Right? All right. So am I the only one that believes that the front office is incompetent? Like their silence is deadly?
I agree.
Oh, Freezy, we agreed that they are inept. So that's no problem.
Incompetent.
Right. I ain't gonna lie to you. I watched the Steve Stout interview. Remember the Steve Stout interview on First Take?
Oh, I saw that. I saw that, Freezy.
And I was like, yo, Steve Stout's supposed to just be doing uniforms. Why is he up here talking about this?
He doing public relations now. That's like, it's crazy. It don't even make sense, bro. I said that. He don't know nothing about basketball. He just worried about the fans.
Right.
Crazy.
Right.
Crazy.
His major move was bringing Iggy Azalea to the Garden.
That's what I'm saying. And he getting a check. He getting a check from them for that.
Right.
Yeah, bro.
What are we doing?
And it was his idea with the Kimber jersey too, Freezy. You know that, right?
Yes.
That was a bad idea. That messed with Randall. That should have never happened.
That should have never happened.
That should have never happened. And I gotta defend Julius Randle on that, bro. That caused the problem, bro. Even though he's from here, he had nothing to do with that whole run, bro.
Right.
Let's be honest.
Right. Yeah, man. Hey, so here's the thing. I also want to mention, GI. If indeed this is the softest, most velvety tank ever, why won't the front office at least throw out a hint that this is a silky smooth tank?
Because Tibbs,
because I don't think it was part of their original plan either. I believe they thought last year was their soft tank, that Julius would do more of what he would do, and then they would just hold him over for another year and keep bringing Julius along as long as they could with extensions while they acquired talent through the draft. And then that didn't happen. That rug got pulled. Julius pulled that rug from under them. Was like, I want $100 million. So I believe Julius changed the plans. To my disappointment, and maybe I don't know how the NBA works. I don't know why players aren't coming to New York. I don't know why they didn't see this team what the upside of this working with this fan base could be, and where the business would take you. So for me, I think the management's a little stuck in purgatory. I'm not as optimistic as Free Keith, but let's hope something with some. I do feel better, Hardwill, when I turn this over to you. I do feel better that Freezy will pull some scenarios out of his tail that actually make some sense. Now, whether the people are watching this network or not, I don't know. Those trade scenarios where y'all were getting rid of everybody, all these bloated salaries, and going to get younger players and making opportunity, that makes sense for the long haul. I just don't know. I hope Tibbs wasn't a mistake hiring, because if you'd have went with Atkinson, then you wouldn't be in the pressure that you are right now.
Yeah, Atkinson comes as development.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with you, GI, on that. And I think that it just proves that, like you said, going in one direction than the other direction. And let's just be clear, like, you know, you go one way and the coach going another way causes a lot of confusion. You know what I'm saying? And like, I agree that, you know, this team, like, a good point I wanted to make was that when you said nobody's coming here, you don't know why. A good point I wanted to make with that is because that just proves the point of that we didn't really sustain nothing solid yet. In a way, for example, like the one playoff run, the team, we never even grew our players yet and developed them all the way they should be. Some players are sitting behind players and they shouldn't be. It's a lot of reasons why players look at should they come with a team. Our coach is another problem why players don't want to come to our team. You know what I mean? The fans is a reason why a lot of players don't rush. The media. These are all things we got to take into consideration on in reference to why you say, I don't know why players don't want to come. We have to stay more sustained with our players and what we really going to build on. And like Freezy said, choose a direction and stick to it. And then a player will see that as well. If we could sit here and break this down, you don't think players are smart? They know the game. A player can look at the game and see right there, boom, look what they're doing. They see more problems with Tibbs than we do. They watch the games. They hear about this. They know that stuff. So these are our problems. And we can't figure out, that's part of the problem. I'm not saying I'm all right, but these are all things that factor in when it comes to the New York Knicks.
And another thing, too, is that, you know, everybody has seen what the organization has done in the last 20 years as far as the Circus Act with the different front offices and things that they've done to players in the past, what they did to Patrick Ewing and stuff of that nature. And I think when you constantly, and I think when you constantly do stuff like that, you create a stigma on yourself, and it has a stench and it has a foul energy. And I think, you know, that takes notice within the league. Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem. To answer the question, GI, just to figure out, because that's a good question, because and we want it too fast, and that's not a contradiction to say like we not patient with the Roses and these people. No, we not patient. We know that already. But you still have to make moves in the right direction, because New York fans could be crazy, but they smart. They could see it's no future in fronting. You know what I'm saying? And we've been just like, basically, this is a good point that I always make. We've been losing for so long. We might as well have rebuilt it properly and did the tanking and the soft tanking, like you saying, GI, because Memphis did it. All these teams that we mentioned that could be really good right now, they went through those processes already and came out on the good side, because now they one player away from being a contender. Now that's a better place to be in when you talk about it's going to be all right and bring in the don't worry. No, we have to worry. This is a big, big problem right here, bro. And if people don't see that, I do from a mile away. We looking at a game that was a G League team on the court, and we getting overhyped about because these guys had the good that they both had 30 first time, right? Cool. I'm all for that. I'm a Knicks fan. But let's be honest, bro. That talent that's been on the floor, bro, if they can't kill that talent, bro, we got problems, man. Forget
and another
all of
thing
that
too,
back and forth. Go ahead, D.
Thank you. That the stigma still exists, because a lot of people would agree that the way they handled the Kemba Walker situation was not handled correctly. So
that's crazy.
So now, you know, so some guys that thought about coming be like, damn, like, is it ever going to change? You know, and especially if you have such a, that's why I was so against when he went against RJ to the media and saying that RJ is not practicing enough, which is questioning his work ethic. If you want to bark at RJ inside the locker room, you do that, and you get at him, and the whole team holds him accountable to that. But already knowing the reputation and the stigmatization of which you have within this organization, you don't do that.
But what did he do after that, D? Next game, he went out and hit how many threes in that game?
Right. That was against San Antonio, correct?
Yeah, I think.
And again, we don't know if they had the convo behind the scenes and he just wasn't listening. We don't know that.
Yeah, but you still don't bring it to the media, though. You never do that, because that's
Maybe
your young.
That was his last bet to actually get it through his head. We don't know that. I'm not saying, you know.
Do you watch Tibbs at the press conference? Tibbs is horrible at like he lies, bro. Like he says, "Yo, yeah, I see the ball movement is great," then you don't see it no more. Like I don't ever agree with him at the press.
Tibbs is the same guy that told me last preseason that Obi had a complete offensive game ready to go.
And
also too, and another thing too,
wings, and we got him none of that.
And another thing too, does RJ look like the type of guy to you that doesn't get in the gym every day and plays video games or goes out with girls? I don't get that from him.
Yeah, he's working. I don't
so
know.
That's why it didn't make sense to me.
He always been a worker. He just tried to rattle him up. I think that didn't make sense to me neither. I mean, that's not, that could have went either way. He didn't have to come out and shoot as well as he did right after that because he's a young player.
There was a positive response to it, though, right?
No, I agree. It was. Listen, I like RJ, so I'm not saying that like Tibbs. Like, look, I give you a good example, Keith. Tibbs' way of coaching is outdated, bro. You coaching young kids. We in the future now. You look around the league and you see these young kids taking over the league, bro. They coaches not yelling at them, and that's not the best way of development nowadays, if you ask me, bro. Honestly, it's not. These kids are different, bro. When we was playing back in the days, coaches used to be more yelling and point guards can't do this and stuff. The league changed now. You got to know how to communicate to your players the right way and give them confidence. That's what a good coach is. A good coach is not going to just take away your confidence and then sit you down. That's crazy, bro. Hey, you're supposed to be a valuable pick.
He's not the best player coach.
Yeah, to expound on that, like when it comes to like players, what Harwell was saying, like you have to allow for your players to maintain their confidence. Just like how we talk all the time with Knox and them not having confidence. Tibbs coaches a certain type of way. He grew up in a certain type of way. And yes, he has adapted a bit, but like Harwell was saying, like sometimes when you just screaming down somebody's throat, they're not really listening to you. They just want you to shut up and stop talking to them.
Yeah, that's really all what it is.
Stop it.
That's all what it is, man.
And then Knox got to toughen up. I'm not blaming him getting yelled at for why he can't show up.
Oh, I'm not saying that. I'm just using it as a reference.
Yeah, but that's my point, Keith. That's not the same way as far as it registers. Like, you know what I mean? When you're an old school coach, you got ways of connecting the players.
Right.
And that's why you see more young coaches being hired in the league now. Think about it. A lot of coaches' styles is outdated. The league is changing. Not saying that a player can't change and make you look good, because some players go to a team and just make a coach look better than he is. You know what I'm saying? Think about it.
I don't feel as confident as Free Keith does with everything I'm seeing on a daily basis with this team. Like that, what you said, Hardwell and D. How do you get this confident over the last one we had with that? I mean, it's good. Okay, we got to win, but come on now. I mean, we got to go on a 10-game winning streak in my book, and we got to see some major changes here. I mean, with this consistency, that's the only way I'm going to change my mind. Or a 5-game winning streak, maybe I'll change my mind. But I am not confident. I am not that positive about everything right now, especially how everything's gone down this year. The acquisitions we made, this front office is trash. Front office is trash. We're not hearing anything. They don't let the fans know what direction we're going. We don't know anything, and we need to know as fans, I believe. Dolan will eventually step in here. That's just my belief, too. If the losing goes on in this trajectory we're going down, he will step in at some point, I think.
The only reason that I'm not pushing the panic button yet is because although we did have a couple of different players from last year, this is right around where we were last year around the same time. I'm just saying.
Yeah. What was the record at this time? What was it?
I want to say it was like 19-19, something like that.
Push it. Yeah, we was 500.
But like,
you true old school like me, bro.
Sam, you got what we were saying?
Yeah, I know. Y'all know I got an old soul. I'm just young.
He definitely do.
Yeah, I'm just the youngest there.
I was right now in the chat saying, I told you when I come to ATL, we gonna get up.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm bringing you to a game with me.
Hey, though, I'm gonna be back in school Friday though. I'm not coming back to Atlanta until like May. So unless they do me like how they did GI and send me home, I'm gonna be there till May.
My college, but the problem is my college students aren't as mature as you, Sam. So when they sit home, they sitting here blogging with the Blonde Tears Network. down the chat. They ain't in class doing what they supposed to be doing.
Hey, that's the advantage of Zoom, GI. You can just turn the camera off.
Well, I know exactly. But I lost my thought. I lost my train of thought. That was a good one.
I'll let you think of it for a second. All right, I gotta go, gentlemen. Y'all have a blessed day. Freezy, thank you for having me once again. I'm gonna jump on at 3:00. I'm actually gonna go over the last 5 minutes of last night's game, and we're gonna bring out pros and cons and things that we saw and things that we could move forward with or things that need to be changed. So check it out.
You gonna live at 3:00? You gonna live at 3 today? Okay.
Yeah. And all y'all welcome to come. There's an open door invitation, and that's the deal. All right,
D. How many subs?
Thank you, Dave.
Say that again.
For coming, bro. Last night.
I just started, so I don't know, like 7, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, y'all stay up, man.
Yo, D, thanks for coming last night. I'll see you soon, bro.
Hard road, that's no problem, brother. We all here as a support foundation.
Coming through your joint too. Yeah, you already.
Appreciate it. Stay peace, yo.
What was we talking about right before? Oh, just a reminder. Last season, we finished 10 games over 500.
Mm-hmm.
We had a 9-game win streak.
Right.
So outside that 9-game win streak, we were 1 game over 500 the rest of the way. Very important to note. So when people say we were where we were last year, unless y'all plan to go on some 9-game win streak,
that's what I'm saying.
With the protocols as high as they were, it's going to be very hard to achieve. And let's say this: we're only two games out of a solid playoff spot that would make us comfortable. But there's 4 or 5 teams in between there. So you have 4 or 5 teams in order to hop 4 or 5 teams at one time. They all have to lose at the same time you're winning. Some of them will be playing each other. So by the sheer fact that they're playing each other, somebody's going up. It's just not, as you watch it, the dynamics of it. It's just not that easy to make up 2 games in the NBA. It's not.
I agree. And it's real competitive right now, regardless of COVID. These guys are going off. You see what even Lance Stevenson went off. They was talking about it last night in Brooklyn.
It's because he's hungry.
Yeah, man. And look at that. Like, Indiana, that's another good example. They picked him up. Yo, bro, we don't have nobody. If he come and could do that for us, not saying like he's our future, but they just picked wrong players to add on that can't really go. At least you know who could go and who can't. I think they don't really know, I guess.
By the way, what was his numbers? What was Kyrie Irving's numbers?
Did Kyrie play
22 and 7, something like that?
I see the game. I know Stevenson had 30 on Brooklyn.
I know Kyrie had a big fourth quarter, and I want to say he had like 22 points last night.
I didn't see the game. We was on live, but
I can't stand Brooklyn.
There's a lot of players playing good right now. Like they going off right now. And DeRozan hit a couple buzzer beaters, 3-point winning shots. Bulls is going up. It's gonna be rough. I was gonna ask Freezy one day we should bring that up and see where we are and see how we can get and where we're gonna fall off and judge the games that's going. I think that'll be dope because we down here, and then when you look at who else is down there with us, it's like Atlanta, and then you got the Cavs up there. So it's like it's gonna be.
It could move, yeah. It could shuffle easily.
It could move, but we know the teams that should be trending going up,
right?
And we trying to go up, so it's gonna be very competitive. And like G.I. was just explaining, it's not gonna be easy to pass those teams like that. Yeah. We'll see. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I'm hoping they just play hard. That's what I'm really hoping for. That's all.
Hey, and G.I., to your point. With Kyrie, I'm just going to give you his stats. He had 22 points, 4 assists, 3 rebounds, 3 steals, and a block last night.
That's not bad.
For his first game, what is that? How many games back?
His first game back.
Wow, that's not bad at all. But Kyrie, he a hooper, so he going to get back, and it's going to show he's happy to be back. You know what I mean? So that's how that goes.
I think with this Knicks team, though, we got fine. We got to build off that last win. They looked a lot better. They did. Randall looked good. RJ looked good, but we got to build off that. If we go and lose in the next 2 games, then we're back to square one again. Keep going back, and then you're just saying, "Oh yeah, no." Being positive is one thing, but you can't be blind to the facts.
To me, it's how we lose, to be honest. Like, look, if we lose sometime and we fight and it's a close game, you know what I mean? I could take those L's because we still got to always realize, like, if we're not winning this year or how far we going, we got to be realistic, right? So with me, I just want to see my team fight. And Freezy mentioned this. We want to just have enough to see these players so we can make a good assessment to decide if we want these players to be on our team. You know what I mean? That's what the office should be doing.
Exactly. It's all how you lose too. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure
that's what this process is about. Go ahead, G.I. What you said, bro?
I'm pretty sure we gave up more 120-point games this season already than we did all of last year.
I agree. Yeah,
That's
probably
true.
is.
Maybe.
That's true.
Yeah,
maybe.
But let me ask you this: did you give up more field goals made per game than you did last year? Because when you look at the final score between this year and last year, the significant difference is the Knicks try to play up tempo now. They try to get out and run, which leads to more possessions. Last year, we would, I swear, G.I. stopped me from jumping out of plate glass window at least 7 times last year when Elfrid Payton would get a rebound and it'd be nobody down the court and he'll just slow it all the way down and walk it up. I swear, nobody back to stop you.
That's crazy.
And you slow it all the way up and walk it up.
Yeah, but
let the defense set.
But look at our difference in turnovers from this year to last year.
He was doing something, right, G.I.? He was doing something.
We were playing slow. We was grinding it. And then with 10 seconds left when he rocked, we said, all right, Randall, it's all yours. Do something.
And maybe they got him the ball deeper. Or maybe they got him the ball deeper, close to where he's more effective. And like I have to keep saying, Freezy put up the chart. It's a big difference.
Oh, yeah. No. Y'all gonna laugh because I even feel uncomfortable saying it myself. But Elf Payton knew where to get rid of the ball. People like, G.I., shut up. That's a horrible take.
No, that's not a bad take. I said it, but I whispered it one day, G.I. I was like, yo, we got to admit, at least Payton was bringing the ball up. Because that's all we missing. You can't have your best player that's not a guard bringing up the ball and shooting. Doesn't look right. So Payton don't have to be all that for Julius Randle to play better. When I said it the other day, I was like, what about Payton? They let it go by, but didn't nobody say nothing. So I was like, they'll never want to give him his credit. So I ain't gonna really say it.
Let it go by. But, if I'd have said it, they'd have said he president of the Payton fan club.
The fan club.
Listen, sometimes you don't even got to be a fan to give somebody credit. And I like to do that. You know what I mean? Because I'm not a hater. You know, if I'm not a fan and you do something good, I'm just not a fan of yours. That still counts for what you did. You know what I mean? I'm not a fan like that of yours. So, but you still got to give him credit for getting Julius Randle the ball in more of his sweet spots. And he played good with him. And imagine if you have a point guard that know how to really help him get a shot. And that's what I be saying about Randle. Like, we're not seeing his maximum potential, I don't think. We're not. Because he's not supposed to be. And the coach is enabling him, making him think he could be a 0.4 when he's not effective like that from around those areas where Tibbs want him to. And even if some of that worked last year, that wasn't nothing that nobody expected. So why go crazy over it? Still use him where he's most effective.
Hey, I agree with you. Let me show you something though, Hartwell. You see the shot chart that's on the screen right now?
Yes. Same one you brought up yesterday. I was with you.
No. This is RJ Barrett's shot chart.
Oh, this RJ's now. Oh, okay.
Right. All right. So
we did Randall's yesterday. Okay.
Yeah. You see the black hexagons?
Yeah.
Or on the right wing over here?
On the right, yeah.
Right. So Julius Randle posts where that singular blue dot is. You see that singular blue dot?
Mm-hmm.
Right in front of the black?
That this year?
Yeah, that's this year.
Okay.
That's this year. This better be this year. Let me see.
There's so many dots. What's singular blue dot? I'm trying to see now because it's small, but I can see.
Can you see that?
And you got comparison to last year, right?
No, I know I can't comp it to last year for some reason.
He did that yesterday though, but just wasn't on the same.
Yeah, that was good yesterday.
I probably have to do 2 browsers to do it, but
I forgot.
Yeah, but so when you see the black dot set, RJ Barrett is shooting 48.5% from that spot.
Wow.
48.5% from 3, right? Now on the other side, where you see conversely on the other side, you see more attempts, right?
Mm-hmm.
RJ Barrett is shooting 30.6% from over here.
Wow. The other side's a sweet spot, not that side.
He's a left. That's his left side, right?
Yeah.
Right. But the thing is what I've noticed.
We love the left side.
It is what I've noticed
I'm
is
a
that
lefty.
spot that where RJ Barrett shoots the worst
Mm-hmm.
is because Evan Fournier likes to shoot from that spot where RJ Barrett shoots the best from.
Oh.
That's one of the points I was going to point out. Like,
wow,
that's the tissue paper.
Yeah. So what you
good point, Freezy.
Freezy, what's the light blue on there on the grid? What's those light blue dots? What's that
the
mean?
light blue means below average.
That's
So
okay.
the darker the dots, the better.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like you see how they're real light at the rim. RJ
The ones
Barrett
that's black is where he shot 40 something.
Fournier again.
Yeah. You can't have those two at the same time.
Yo, listen, when you spend a lot of money for something, you got to try to use it. That's like buying an expensive car and you don't drive it.
Yeah.
That's why we got
use it.
That's why we got to. That's why we got to keep RJ going downhill.
Spend a lot of money on cars and they've broken down.
If he's going to be a halfway decent player in the NBA, he has to finish more halfway consistent player. He's got that number's got to get a little. That blue's got to get a little darker. Don't have to be 48%, but it needs to be 42, 45%.
But maybe that's because GI too. Think about it. Most of those are from him not having the ball. So that's why you see more dots there. If he has the ball, then he's going to be able to drive and either get in the paint or make the right play.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
There's going to be rhyme or reason. A lot of times he just gets the ball late in the shot clock, so he just bullies his way to a hole. Now there'll be rhyme or reason when he's getting those light blue shots. So
right, and then you also see another. You see another converse effect, right? You see where the black dots are?
Yeah.
Right? When you swing the ball around to the corner, RJ Barrett shoots his worst percentage from 3 there, which makes you think how if you're a lefty and you shoot well from here, how do you not shoot well
from that side?
from a shorter distance? Right? Because when you look at the opposite corner, RJ Barrett is about league average. In the opposite wing, he's about league average, right? And also the thing you don't notice is RJ Barrett may have made one straight ahead 3. He's 5 for 21 from the straight ahead 3. And the thing is, we don't know if that's out of the pick and roll or if it was kicked out to him.
Yeah, I mean, we got to go off of Freezy. You got to go off of more or less how the offense been run. We watched the game, so you know it had to be. We said he was in the corner.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You know what I need to see? Can you pull up KD's for me? Which would be probably the best in the league. Probably black all over everywhere.
Oh, KD
but
all over the place. Yeah.
On our side, it just shows on that chart how many threes we take. We take too many threes still. Jesus.
I agree.
Too many threes.
Wow, GI, you're a genius, bro. Watch this.
I mean, anybody, because it has to be KD the best as far as
for sure. KD.
Watch KD's shot chart, bro. It's gonna be crazy.
But you know what's crazy? Before you put on what I want to say about RJ real quick, Freezy. Oh my God, yo, Freezy. RJ runs off of when he make a regular basket, Freezy. Right?
Oh
my bad, y'all. I just wanted to say something about RJ before I forget. When RJ makes a regular layup and he gets in his bag, all of a sudden he makes a lot more of his shots. It's proven when you see him comfortable in making shots, it's because he's more aggressive, rather. That's what I wanted to say about when he's on.
Right.
Knowing that he could just keep going, his shot gets more efficient. But go ahead, my bad. This is dope.
Right. This is what I got. Yo, Subliminal 209 is in the building. What's good, son?
Good, Subliminal.
Good, fam. How y'all doing? How y'all doing?
Good, man. Hey, how was the show the other night? I missed everything, bro.
Oh, it was cool. It was cool. It was nice getting back from vacation and getting back into it, though. You know what I'm saying? I kind of missed it. I ain't going to lie. I ain't going to front. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
But we back now, though.
Good. For sure.
Yep.
Yeah, man. I'm going to pull up KD shot chart one more time. We was talking about shot charts, bro. When you look at Kevin Durant's shot chart, it's amazing, bro. He absolutely don't miss inside the arc, bro. It's crazy.
That's why he got his nickname, Freezy. Sniper.
Bro, he is, man, he
That's
don't
crazy.
miss at the rim. He don't miss in the mid-range, bro. Hey, one of these things, the league average off the wing is 41.4%. This dude is shooting 67%.
Yeah,
that's crazy. The league average from corner 3 is 38.6. My man is shooting
crazy.
I don't think we have a single person even close to that.
So Sam, what I'm getting at, like the reason why I disagree with people saying give the kids more minutes. I think I'm not against kids playing, right? But what I ask people is this: do you have a rookie Kevin Durant in your young core, right? And if you don't, it's not fair to tell a veteran to sit if you have a rookie that can go either way. The veteran has been there and done that. You already know what you're gonna get from the vet for the most part. But to say, hey, just for example, hey RJ, we're gonna sit you for Quentin Grimes. Quentin Grimes need more minutes. In my opinion, that's crazy because you know what RJ can do, right? And I just use them two because they're the comparison. But it's not fair to say, hey James Harden, we're gonna sit you because we want to see what Cam Thomas can do. Right. Yeah. Now, if we said, hey, Courtney Lee, we're gonna sit you to see what this young James Harden can do, then to me, I think it's well worth it there. I know kids need minutes, right? But I think kids that are borderline need to prove that they need more minutes and not just give it to them.
Of course.
I think it's the one thing that we're doing with Obi right now that's ruining his development. Like Obi feel like he deserves something. Obi Toppin don't deserve nothing. Knicks fans deserve a championship, but a player drafted at 8 don't deserve nothing, bro.
That's because we've been losing, Freezy, and we haven't had. I'm sorry, go ahead, Sub. Sorry.
Yeah, I just got a quick minute because I'm waiting. I'm picking up some lumber at this place right now, and they're on lunch break, so I'm waiting on them. So what I wanted to mention is that we got a lot of youngins, you know what I'm saying, but all those youngins are role players. You know what I'm saying? They're not beating out any of the starters as far as Julius Randle, and Obi sitting behind him and Grimes, you know what I'm saying? I mean, with Fournier there. So what I would do is just get rid of those, you know what I'm saying? Get rid of the Fourniers, get rid of the Kembas, get rid of the Noels, you know what I'm saying? Bring in somebody in, you know what I'm saying? If we have to trade a Obi or we have to trade a youngin, then do it and bring in a starter, you know what I'm saying? Bring in a point guard, whether it's a De'Aaron Fox or
yes. That's my brother right there.
Whoever else it is, because what are we doing right now? We're storing all these draft picks like they're top ramen in the cupboards. You know what I'm saying?
The top ramen.
They're fully stocked. You know what I'm saying, in the cupboards. But at the same time, you know what I'm saying, top ramen. When we hurt, we know what top ramen can do. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It could be a full course meal at the same time. So we gotta get rid of all that top ramen and throw them at somebody who's hurting right now. You know what I'm saying? And give up something. You're not going to get nothing in return if you don't give up something, whether it's IQ, and I love IQ, you know what I'm saying, or Obi Toppin, or whatever it is. But we need to bring in, get rid of some of these role players and bring in a starter at those necessary positions, whether it's a point guard, small forward, and center. Because what are we doing here? You know what I'm saying? We need to get RJ back to the original 2 and keep this movement going. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of where I'm at.
Freezy, we don't have the talent. Yeah, like we were saying, obviously the young KD and young Harden, but you gotta, when we're losing the way we've been losing, you want to see what we have and play what we got and try something different. I believe that we have to try something with the players that we got in the draft and the young guys. We don't have that young KD. We don't have the Harden, but we got to use what we got, especially when we're losing the way we
I agree with you, but we've done that before though. We've gone down this road. There was a year that we went down this road with Langston Galloway and Tony Douglas.
No, I remember.
And they turned out to be absolutely nothing.
Well, that's when you got to start cleaning house.
Galloway was okay. He wasn't that
There's
bad.
a lot of things that got to work out. That's the thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
And we got to start with a plan, like you said, Freezy, and stick to it. That's the key thing, Freezy.
Yeah.
And the team has to have a plan. I have to have a plan to get us there.
Right.
Word.
That's why it's looking funny.
But what have we been talking about though? We've been talking about this front office and this coach that is in win now mode. You know what I'm saying? So we need to bring in a player who's going to be in win now mode as well. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, solidify one of those positions, whether it's point guard, small forward, or center. And then I had mentioned this in a previous show with the centers. You know what I'm saying? You go out and get a Miles Turner. And I know what you guys are saying about last game. You know what I'm saying? He only had 5 points. But think about what he did when he was with that 5 points. He was in the corner, about to pop a three. He made Julius go out there, close out, gave him a pump fake, and then he went over there and baptized Taj. You know what I'm saying? That just shows you right there that's
bad play on Julius though.
Yeah.
He ain't supposed to do that.
Like, you had to respect his game, even though he's only a 36% 3-point shooter. You had to send somebody out there.
But Mitch shut him down.
But you know why he baptized Taj though?
But I know Taj is washed.
Because
Taj is old and washed.
Right, he's washed.
And Taj don't care. He gonna put his body on the line for the team. You know what I'm saying?
But what I'm saying is you had to respect that game. You had to respect that stretch five, you know what I'm saying? And go out there and challenge them. We don't have any of those stretch fives that go out there and shoot and pop trays. But it doesn't necessarily have to be Turner. You could get a juice off Nurkic and someone who could operate in the midi, you know what I'm saying? Somebody who could clear out the paint. Somebody
Nurkic likes to fight. He likes to fight, Nurkic.
Somebody who could let.
No, come on, Danny. Come on.
I know what
he was shadow boxing last night.
Let him know, Dan. Give him the business.
Who's that pile of blue? What does it say? Who's the pile of blue dots, Freezy? Who's that up on the screen now?
This is De'Aaron Fox.
Oh, it's De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, and is G.I. still here? G.I. still in the chat?
He was.
I don't think so.
No, okay. I think he did.
All right, so this is the reason why I brought this up is because you see all the blue and black dots in the painted area. This is what I was talking to Hard Will about yesterday. You get a guy that can get in the paint, and what that does is the surrounding pieces get better looks from three. So even if he is not a great 3-point shooter, he creates better looks for those that are better 3-point shooters.
Makes everybody better.
Yeah, including Randall and RJ.
We don't need a scorer like that. We need a distributor that's going to make the team better. That's it.
Yeah, and so think about this. When the Knicks had Elfrid Payton, RJ Barrett, and Julius Randle shot 40% from three because they had a point guard that can get in the paint and spray the ball out.
Man,
you know
makes
what I'm saying?
sense.
And De'Aaron Fox is at least 2 times faster than Elfrid Payton.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So while you got your assets, while you got all these picks, all these young players, all this cap space, supposedly, why not go get the guy right now and add him to the core and have them build chemistry so there'll be something because y'all know the reason why we lost to the Hawks last year in the playoffs? It wasn't because Atlanta's offense was dynamic. When you go back and look at the box score, you're like, oh, Atlanta only shot 41%. It's because the Knicks couldn't score on the other end. Atlanta wasn't scoring 130 points a game. One time they scored 106, 107. One time they scored like 103 or something like that. If you have an NBA team that can't score 103 points in the playoffs, it's not the coach's fault. It's the front office's fault for not giving you the weapons.
That's right.
In order to be successful in the playoffs.
That's Leon Rose for you.
Yeah.
And you never know with that move with the Valentine move. It could be maybe that dumb move that we think. Maybe they got something in the woodworks. I'm sorry, Freezy.
So Freezy, that's your question.
In the works.
Freezy, you think Tibbs negotiated that way after he done ran the whole coach and front office on his own before? You think he negotiated the way where he have nothing to do with none of the I mean, maybe the other players, but the new players and the decisions that they were making, they just left him out there to dry as far as who they got, or he co-signed the Fournier situation because he was trying to use Fournier. That's where I'm lost at. That's where I got confused at with the whole Tibbs situation when you say they left him. But I don't think he would let that happen, and he kind of felt like another plan probably could work. And that's why we looking at it like that, because look, if you think you got something that's more than you have, right? Because it's gonna get harder. You don't know that at the moment, right? You're gonna you're gonna accept other pieces that you think may work, like the Fournier, even the Kimber situation, bro. You know what I'm trying to say? So it's like I think, you know, Tibbs should have had more say so in that, and it's just more of what he thought would work. I think, Freeze. Not to completely blame him, because we all got to take blame as one. There's only one team, but he thought something else would work more or less, and that's why this could cause that problem. Because why would you even accept that? It was other stuff on the table or moves that we could have made for sure. And we talk about that all the time, Freeze. The Kelly Oubre situation, or other pieces that little plugins could have changed the dynamic, bro.
Right.
Because RJ at the 2 and him still, you know what I mean, and a good 3 that could defend makes us a better team. Or somebody that could just really help Randall at the time. Somebody with a little bit more experience and heart. Fournier don't fit that description to me. Bullock does a little bit because he's a little more tough when it comes to grit. You know what I mean? So at least if that's the case, he should have just ran it back, because when he plugged in and plugged out, it shows. It shows.
Right.
And the point guard position as well, though. The point guard position affected as well too, though. Even though we hate to admit it because it was Peyton, that's another key part of it that we missing. That the point guard matters a lot.
You know, if I may, just for a second, Leon Rose was sitting right next to Tibbs during Vegas. There were things I'm sure that Tibbs wanted.
I was there.
And he's hard of hearing, Leon Rose. You know, and they weren't talking what Tibbs wanted. Tibbs didn't get what he wanted, because Tibbs said it in that interview. Freezy always bring it up, what he wanted, and you could bring it up again, what he said he wanted, but he didn't get it. And he was in Vegas with Leon Rose sitting on his lap, basically. So anyway,
the thing about that is, and Unc had mentioned before, is that the front office and Tibbs are on two different pages as far as the front office wanting fire boys and Tibbs wanting dogs. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And it's hard to get that exact thing, because you want that dog, but you don't want that wild, you know what I'm saying, that dog that's gonna just go out and bite everything that's in sight. You know what I'm saying? You want a dog that's on the leash. You know what I'm saying?
Need a junkyard dog.
That you can control. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, that you can control, and that's why we don't go after people like Porter Jr. and things like that, and guys in free agency, because and a lot of guys that were in the draft, you know what I'm saying, that's a
great point.
That didn't have high character. You feel me? So
Freeze, we ain't talk about that. That's a great point, bro. Because there's a lot of players they avoided because of that, bro. And that's crazy.
Front office thought that we just needed more offense, but we got softer on defense. Yeah, sorry.
It's been a pleasure. I don't mean to catch you off. It's been a pleasure, but I got to get back to work now. But I'll get at y'all. Hopefully,
fine. Salute,
bro. All right, bro.
Thank you for coming on, buddy.
I'll be listening.
Peace, bro.
All right, well.
Hey, Boogie, what's your take? Boogie, what's your take?
That was a good point he made, bro. For real. It be they fault a lot, bro. It's a lot of plays. I used to wonder why we didn't get, or what happened. We could have got this person. What's good, Jay Boogie? My bad. What's good, bro?
I'm good, man. How everybody doing? Shout out to everybody, the chat, the panel, everybody, man. Everybody rocking the orange blue. I just been working all morning, man. I've been back in that booth, man. Been since 7 o'clock this morning. I've been taking these ingredients and cooking up me some meals. You know what I'm saying? I gotta get back to work in that side. Yeah, that's what I'm on. I got something coming out real soon. You know what I'm saying? For a lot of doubters and a lot of haters, I got something coming out real immediately. But only thing I'm on right now is this dub. You know what I'm saying? I talked about the tandem situation in the Eastern Conference. You know what I'm saying, with Kevin and James, and with Greek and Middleton, and with DeRozan and Levine. Tonight is one of them tandems that's in my weight. You know what I'm saying? I need my tandems to start playing better than these other tandems, so therefore we can continue on moving up, continue on moving forward. You know what I'm saying? I just looked at, we ain't 3 games out of the 5th slot. Bad as we've been playing, bad as we've been coaching, plus the protocol, all that's been going on. We 3 games out of the 5th spot, not the play-in, the 5th spot. So I look for all this, you know what I'm saying, to turn around and start going in the right direction. That's where I'm at. That's where I believe. That's where my faith is at. It's 2022. Right now, we 500. You know what I'm saying? We 1-1. I don't care what happened in 21 because we ain't eliminated. Right now, I'm ready to take off, and it starts tonight with Boston, man. You ready to knock that little leprechaun whole head off. I don't care about nothing else. I need to knock these dudes' heads off tonight. I need to see the same energy, the same squad, the same team the other night. That let that same momentum carry over to the night. I need Tom to be out coaching that coaching staff. I need that coaching staff to be calling more timeouts. You know what I'm saying? If they're calling more timeouts, then we doing something good. I need Tom to win the momentum. I need the players to win all the extra awards, the loose balls, the deflections, the divers, the taking charges. You know what I'm saying? All the extra things that, you know what I'm saying, that don't show up inside the stats and everything. I need to win those character points of the basketball game. That's where I'm at, man. That's the only thing I care about is W tonight, man. I can't keep spinning my head around what's going on with the team. I just need that ball. When they throw it up the tip, get more buckets than what they get. That's it. Get more stops than what they do. That's all I want right now.
All right. Hey, y'all, I got to get out of here.
Where you going? Just got here.
Yeah, I know.
Freezy, I got one question for you, Freezy. What about that guy, Lucas Samanik? Did you see what he had last night? 26 in his first game back?
No, I didn't.
I saw highlights.
I ain't paying no attention,
nice,
man.
bro.
Yeah. So I'm gonna get out of here because we got some other stuff we got to do today, and I got to get some sleep. I got to get about 16, 17 minutes of sleep.
Oh my God,
real
that's
quick,
too much
you know what I'm saying, before the game come on, and plus the pod couple coming on, and I got to be at work tonight at 10 o'clock. So y'all know how that goes.
All right, Freeze.
Yeah, man.
Thank you, Freezy. Get some rest.
Yeah, man. Hey, so make sure y'all. Hey, tomorrow I'm gonna show everybody how to vote for Julius Randle for the All-Star team, and I'm gonna do that every day because I just saw the top 10.
Yeah, he's not in it.
In All-Star voting, and some of the names up there should have y'all pissed all the way off.
Oh, I gotta see that.
All the way off.
Hey, Freezy, Derrick Rose is in the top 10, but Randall isn't.
Right.
Get some rest,
and so is LaMarcus Aldridge.
Wow, he's on it.
It's insane.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah,
we're gonna get him there. We're gonna help to get him there. We try to help.
We gotta start doing that. I'm ready to. Well, for one, I'm ready to get some sleep first. But when I wake up,
lay down. Lay down.
Yeah, man. But
anyway,
all right,
y'all, J Boogie later, y'all.
Yo, y'all have a great afternoon.